Uh, let y'all roll up in here a little bit. Get this going today. Get my day started. Do my little morning walk as we speak. And since I'm up and at 'em, I figured I'd do like Sir O or Edward Anderson and kind of just talk it out on some morning time type shit. Um, and I wanted to talk about my love hate relationship with the manosphere because yesterday and even currently today, I post some stuff about men in the manosphere because I grow tired of seeing certain shit. And as a man, there's just certain shit that we don't like to deal with or put up with after over periods of time, just as a male species, period. But when we're looking at other stuff, when we're looking at product work with some of these guys, and like you'll see people like BGS who will say, his average listener has an income of $80,000. I can't say that that's not true. What's going on, Wally? Because I've actually all right, well, that changes my plans. I was just going to do my little morning walk. Salute, underrated darkness. So right now, like I said, I'm talking about my love-hate relationship with the manosphere because there's a lot of stuff going on in this sphere that is endless circle jerks. And you guys need to get over yourself in a lot of that stuff. But realistically, there's agency that does go on. I know for myself, and I know that's anecdotal, but when I first came into the space, one of the first shows I went on to was the Raj Report. And when I went on to the Raj Report, I called myself the Blue Blazer because I was a blue pill kind of guy talking to these red pill dudes. And I was like, yo, you dudes sound like you're jerking off all day, da 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 da. Now, I've also had some experiences that have molded my thought process. But one of the biggest things that I realized that Edward Anderson was saying last night, and he had a panel full of men, Wacky, what's up, is that there is a lot of dick policing going on, right? And here's my thing. Like, I've been working behind the scenes with some of the passport or travel bros and setting up plans. So that's what the problem is. See, we don't have a problem if these men would actually have some structure and some order with them, right? There's one man, I'm not going to mention his name right now, one particular guy that I'm working with who we put together literally a 10-year plan. He's in his 40s right now. He's 42 years old. We have a plan that when he's 52, he's going to take the money we put away today, which happens to be $500,000, $500,000. Yes, a man in the manosphere has that kind of money, and his name is not Kevin Samuels. And he put $500,000 away with me. Then, in 10 years, that $500,000 is going to grow to a point where he's going to move to Colombia and buy a house cash and live off of the rest of that for the rest of his life. Now, that's a plan that we had to put in place. Now, he also had agency because once he was done with that, he had a friend. His friend happened to have some tax issues. This person, in 2 weeks, has paid hundreds of thousands of dollars in tax liabilities, almost 150 grand in 2 weeks out of his own pocket did this gentleman pay to the federal government, right? So his friend calls me and goes, yo, can you help my boy out like you helped me with the tax strategy and everything? Now, again, not everybody's situation is going to be exactly the same. So we had to come with an alternate strategy for his friend, but we did come up with a tax strategy. Underrated, what's going on? No doubt. I'm glad you're back. So things like this are what we have to look for when we're looking for that quote unquote agency that we want. And then What's going on? Can I get a pack of raw black? And no, just give me the raw, regular raw. Yeah. Longs, please. Debit. Oh. Oh no. My phone just tried to pay for my cell phone. I didn't know you had yeah, you can tap. 1 second, okay? Yeah. I didn't know I didn't know you had tap to pay. Okay. Sorry about that. Debit? Yes. Okay. You don't have that. You know, my phone tried to tap. Yeah. I have my credit cards on my phones too. All set? Yeah, you good to go. Thank you, buddy. You have a good one. Sorry? You want the receipt? No, that's fine. Yeah, you're good. Thank you. All right, you have a good one. All right. So I went and got myself a little bit of Gatorade and some rolling papers. But like I said, this friend of mine had to pay damn near 100 racks in taxes. And his friend decided, listen, you help me, Alonzo. I need you to help my friend the same way that you helped me. So here's his phone number. Call him. Boom. We got together. We have plans to do some business. And again, it's a 10-year plan. So the beauty of it is this, because there's a lot of passport travel bros who are younger. And here's my issue. I don't care if you're a passport bro. I don't care if you're a divested man. I don't care if you're a divested woman. I really don't care what you do with your quarter parts, to be honest. And I think one of the major issues is that you have people like myself who are married men who are very pro-black or B1, like myself, like Taz, and we try to go around and run around and recruit motherfuckers to being solely dating black women, knowing what black men have to deal with when dealing with black women, right? But like Bill Burr said, it ain't just black women, it's women that you're dealing with that are gonna give you the fucking headaches, period. I don't care if she black, white, pink, purple, Asian, or green. It's dealing with women that's gonna give you these headaches. Because Bill Burr, a white guy, is married to a black woman. And he was like, you know, the arguments may be a little different. You may have a little more hand gestures or the finger pointed, but it's pretty much all the same fucking arguments. You're dealing with a woman. They're irrational, right? So, one way to prepare for that is before you have wife and kids at 21, get yourself some shit to be put together. And I'm not talking about this fake investment shit. Oh, I got some crypto. Oh, I'm day trading. You're not day trading. Do you have a securities license to day trade the Series 3 or 4? What's that, a BMW? Then no, you're not day trading, you stupid motherfucker. You're dunking on somebody at the YMCA who happens to be 6'8" and thinking that you can dunk on LeBron James. Two totally different things. Woo. Dog fight. So the two white ladies were walking their dogs, and the dogs just attacked each other accidentally. It wasn't intentional, just dogs being dogs. But just because you're day trading and you've made a few dollars, no, you don't actually know what you're doing. Okay, that's just like people who are investing in crypto. I know no one who's made money off of crypto. I know people who have, oh, I made a couple of dollars off of crypto. But I know no one who's actually made any real money off of cryptocurrency. How you doing this morning? All right. Oh, miss. Got to put your name on the list. So, yeah, you're not day trading. You're just fake trading. Why? Even with Forex. Why? Because you have to pay a commission or a monthly subscription fee. Again, with your Series 3 or Series 4, which are those licenses, you're not paying anything. Then people will be like, I made 100 grand. No, you didn't, because you got to pay taxes on that. So stop the cat. See, when you're talking to a real financial professional person who actually does it, it's like talking to somebody who plays sports. And then you're like, oh, yeah, you know, I'm the best basketball player. I got the triple doubles and da-da-da-da. and the guy who actually follows and like does training and drills for basketball is like, you have none of the skills that you say you do. I know the guys at the park are wowed by your little and one crossover, Rafer Alston, but only Rafer Alston, aka Skip to Malou, got to the NBA from the and one players. And the and one players were, oh, these were high quality, good players, but they all sucked when it came to the actual people, the NBA, right? The only one who got a chance was Rafer Allen, Skip to Malou. But the rest of those and one dudes, oh yeah, they were hella entertaining. They even played at Madison Square Garden. But again, when it came to playing against an NBA player, they sucked because they weren't really doing what NBA players were doing. So all these fake ass I'm trading that. Yeah, it sounds real good on the M1 circuit, but come to the big leagues where the real ballers are playing. I had to speak to a young gentleman, and relatively, he was on to get to like 100. If you're talking 100K a year and you're talking anything financial services, get the fuck out of my face. I understand those numbers may seem good for you because you came from, like I came from, $10 an hour back in the hood. Listen, we came from minimum wage, so 100K sounds good, even though I did that already. I did 115K. And once you cross 100K, you understand that 100K ain't shit, right? 100K is actually broke. If I was to make 100K, I'd actually rather make less than 100K so I don't have to pay so much in taxes. But see, people don't understand that because they've never touched 100K. So 100K seems like something to them. 100K, again, is an astronomically small number. And if you're making 100K, you're going to be mad that you're making 100K because 100K ain't what it seems. First of all, if you're at 100K, you become in a 33% tax bracket. So immediately what that means is instead of taking home 100K, you're taking home 67K. First pitfall to having $100,000. However, again, all these fake ass gurus and all these fake ass motherfuckers want to tell you, hey, I'm making hundreds of thousands of dollars doing. No, they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars selling your ass a course. And then they're telling you shit that don't make sense. They speak to you in Greek. You got to get the pips and dips and find the nigga. Certified financial analysts can't read half of these Forex charts because they're bullshit. Nice. So what's going on? So if a certified financial analyst but usually you can't read those charts either. Why? Again, because usually they're a game of the blind leading the blind. So again, with the manosphere, I have this love-hate relationship because I go to a lot of these places and I speak to guys, for example, and I'm so glad Edward Anderson told the truth. And it's not like it's something I didn't know, because I used to say this all the time. I know the subject is boring, this insurance shit, right? And people like Rael will be like, yeah, it's boring, all right, until it comes time to get that check. Then ain't nobody bored. Then everybody's concerned. They want to put in claims and shit, right? But beforehand, before that check comes, it's the most boring thing in the world. Soon as you see the way these checks work, it's not over. Rael, I'm just speaking of you. I was just saying how, Edward Anderson was saying yesterday, and I'm glad he actually said it because it meant it didn't mean what people probably took it as what he said, but I understood what he meant by it, right? So I showed him exactly what me and Laser Panda did, and he was like, "Here's the thing, though, Alonzo. I'm not gonna lie to you. Niggas don't give a fuck about this type of shit because it's the long game, right? You got to look at this. You got to look 3, 5, 10, 15, 20 years in the future, right? Like I said, Laser Panda is 40. We got him set up with a 10-year plan. So when he's 50, 10 years younger than BGS, who's still running around. So we got to think in decades, not days, black men. And that's another part of my love-hate relationship with the Black manosphere. Edward Anderson was mentioning all of us yesterday. The Black Brain Trust, URL. He was mentioning a lot of stuff. And like I said, one problem is we do dick police too much. I don't give a fuck what you do with your dick. I don't give a fuck what Glenn Cameron does with his dick. Now, Glenn Cameron fucked up because he went around telling people about what he do with his dick. Let me explain to you something. In these circles of wealthy motherfuckers on Wall Street where I was working, niggas do some sadistic shit. Here's what they don't do. They don't go around talking about it to each other unless they know they're in that circle together. Right? They'll have certain codes or whatever that they'll use to make sure that you're one of them. And if you ain't, then you don't get privy to the freaky shit they do. I'll give you a prime example. We talk about men doing this thing called tricking in black spaces, and we put shame on men for that in black spaces. Well, let me explain something to you. When I was on Wall Street, my office was 39 Broadway, 11 Broadway, and 100 Broadway. I literally walk out of one of my offices and I can go grab the brass bull by the balls. I walk out of another one of my offices, I turn left, and there's the New York Stock Exchange. So I have a Wall Street career, literally. Like my financial services career started on Wall Street. And the perversion that goes on there is nothing different than what Glamden did. But he was dumb as fuck for that goofy shit. You don't go running around talking about what you do explicitly. Now that makes other rich motherfuckers not want to fuck with him. Because what rich motherfuckers who are doing exactly what he's doing. Because let me tell you, there are. If you think he's the only motherfucker who does some nasty, underhanded, disgusting, fucking viral, fucking pitch to the earth bullshit, you're wrong. He's far from the only one. There's a lot of guys, again, on Wall Street who are the worst of the worst. Right? So this is another love-hate relationship I have with the manosphere. Because, again, niggas like Taz, niggas like me, and niggas like Taz, only reason I say niggas like me, because I'm married, and I'm married to a black woman. So niggas like me who are married and married to a black woman are going to have or have black daughters, are going to feel a very specific, yes, babe, are going to feel a very specific way. I thought I was too loud for you. Are going to feel a very specific way about black men interacting with black women, especially when you have black daughters or black nieces or black cousins or a black mother who's single or a black aunt who's single. Because just like Sheep Stay Sleep TV said, the black male pain storage doesn't stop. You see, we've also got the situation, like I said, where I'm married, but as a black man, that doesn't end the game. You see, I have females in my family. What do I have? I have a single mother. I have single aunts. I have single cousins. And just like the dude who got brought to his death, or just like the idiot who came to shoot people in McDonald's, I have to protect those black women too. And it's not fair to my wife to have to give up the protection that she got for my other family members. But what other choice do I have? Because as a man, they're not going to go look for the protection of it. Well, they may go look for the protection of another man, but he's not obligated. Now, nor am I obligated, but being that I am the man of the family, and I'm the final seal of my family because I'm the last male in my family with my last name. Do you know how much pressure that is? I'm the only one who can carry on the lineage of my family. So I have to have a son, right? If I don't have a son, my family's like, or if I don't adopt a son, Because, see, we also have to realize when we talk about your legacy being your children, it's not always your legacy being your children in the fact that the child came from your loins. Let's look at Goldman Sachs, the company Goldman Sachs. That's his son in law, not his son. That's the dude who is busting up in his daughter. Let's see what Ross says here. Or trying to solve Black community problems. Properly setting up your estate helps the community best. Oh my God, that is so absolutely true. Because guess what? When Laser Panda decides that he's going to Colombia in 10 years, like I said, he'll be 52. You young dudes got to start looking 10 years into the future, right? Because 10 years goes by really fast. You want to know how fast 10 years goes by? Well, look at the fact that Obama has been out of office almost 8 years now. So at the end of this term, Obama will have been a decade old, the Obama administration, right? It seems like yesterday Obama was voted in office, 2008. But as of 2018, he's been president for 10 years. And it says the community doesn't truly understand the ramifications of building an actual legacy. Well, let's look at stuff like Macy's. Let's look at stuff like Coke. Let's look at stuff like Sears. Let's look at stuff like Morgan Stanley, Smith, Barney, Dean Witter, because J.P. Morgan is the great-grandfather of Henry Sturgis Morgan, aka the creator of Morgan Stanley. You see how legacy has jack shit to do with how many bitches you fucked? Now, don't get me wrong. I promise you that J.P. Morgan was a hoe daddy. Why? Because he had the funds and the power to afford it. I promise you that Henry Sturgis Morgan was a supreme hoe daddy. Why? Because he had that legacy and that wealth set up that he could at his leisure pick off chicks. You see, what young dudes are doing right now is they want to be travel bros, but they're 19 through 30. From 19 through 30, you have no fucking business being a travel bro. You need to put your face in the dirt and grind. So that at 30, let's say you're 19, and you set up a plan like me and Laser Panda set up at 19. And instead of paying into that policy for 10 years, you pay into it for 20 years. Here's the double whammy. Because now when you're done paying into this program, you're the age that Laser Panda is right now, 40 or 42. Well, what does that do for you? Because if somebody told me 20 years ago in 2002, hey, Lonzo, put away a couple dollars. You're going to be real good in the next few years. By 2024, when you're 40, you're going to have lots of money. Now, here's what I would have been like, man, 40 is so far away. 2024, man, it ain't even 2014. I ain't thinking that far ahead. And now in 2024, I'm going to look back and be like, dude, where's that money you promised me? Because had I had that $250,000 I set aside and wasted on shit that's not even popular anymore, like Ed Hardy jeans. Remember Ed Hardy? One of the most popular brands that was out there. Well, Ed Hardy don't even exist now, right? But what about the Affliction shirts when everybody was big into MMA? Affliction shirts don't even exist no more. What if I told you at 21 just to put $6,500 away and a life insurance policy would grow faster than your IRA? Well, you'd still say, well, I'm in my 20s. I've got lots of time to wait till you hit your 40s and you're like, holy shit, where'd the last 20 years go? I was just 22 days ago. What the fuck happened? Mr. Real Estate, what's going on? Sheep stay sleep in the building. My man Rael says, wealthy people understand quality families and wealth go together. Elite families will always rule. Listen, you haven't lied right there. My father-in-law just came down from New York. He says everybody and their mama was in them ugly shirts. Ed Hardy and Affliction, right? And those shirts were the ugliest thing in the world. Um, Followers, I'm about to do something, and I'm about to smoke, and I'm trying to quit. So anybody who sees me out in the public, we've got ways of shaming, right? We call it SBE or whatever, right? Well, I need y'all to do me a favor. Shame the fuck out of me every time you see me smoking because it's a bad habit. I want to quit and it's costing me too much money. And I'm not saying call me a bitch ass nigga. Go ahead and be like, oh, so you like sucking dick? Because that's what this is. As a man, we really shouldn't be smoking cigarettes. A good cigar every once in a blue is cool. But if you're smoking cigarettes as a man, basically you're sucking dick. Right? And so go ahead and shame the shit out of me. You know? Go ahead. Oh, you got that dick in your mouth, sir, huh? Yeah, see, what will happen is dudes don't want to be told that they have a dick in their mouth, right? So they're going to quit smoking because every time I smoke, I'm going to just imagine me trying to put a dick in my mouth. It doesn't vibe, right? That's not cool. So now every time I'm like, oh, nah, I can't smoke, right? Hey, Miss Gwen, how you doing? All right. You better be careful out here. It's hot. I don't see no water. You- Okay, you see, I got my Gatorade. Okay. Uh, It is too hot out here. You see, I'm sitting in the shade. Tell me about it. You have a blessed one too. Nah, I'm dead ass, sheep. Look, I'm putting a dick in my mouth. I can't do it now. I'm about to suck some dick. Oh shit, man. I can't, I can't do this shit now, right? Because now it's like, damn, he trying to suck dick. Go ahead, man. And sheep, please go ahead. Just randomly talk about that shit on your show one day. You know, when I'm tuned in. Talk about it. Yeah, these dudes out here sucking dick for a living. Because that's apparent. Good morning. That's apparently what we're doing, man. We're not putting ourselves in positions to really fulfill life. You know, I'm gonna go ahead and go through with this particular session of smoking or dick sucking, as we call it now, um, to embarrass the shit out of myself. And now I can't even get the shit lit. But yeah, dudes don't want to be let that shit go, bro. Retire them Newports. Facts. So, Chris, those are a multitude of different things. Um, Final expense is death insurance. Okay. Final expense is that you get generally when you're in less health. It is a whole life policy, so you do get to keep it for your whole life. The bad side is it's very expensive and it doesn't build cash value. They generally use those with people who are, low income and are price shopping for death benefit. And then it really does more harm than it does good. Prime example, I have plenty of final expense clients, one being my own grandmother. And come to find out, I gave her a final expense. So if you're looking to, final expense means you planning on dying inside of 10 years, realistically. I sold my grandmother a final expense life insurance policy with a face amount of $5,000. She was paying $50 a month or $600 a year. However, at this point, she's had the policy for 11 years, so she's paid $6,600 into the policy, and it's only going to give us a $5,000 death benefit. That's a waste of money, right? So I'm going to cancel that policy and get her something better. But at this point, she can't get anything better because of how old she is. So she has no choice but to stick with the overpriced final expense. That's the cost of waiting, which is why companies tell you to do dumb shit like buy term and invest the rest. Why would you buy a term insurance policy? Let me ask you something. If I told you today to get something, basically, term insurance is saying, I plan on dying in 19 years. Because people always talk this dumb shit like self insuring. like you're going to have enough money to self-insure. Warren fucking Buffett has life insurance. So anybody else the fucking America who's like, I'm going to self-insure, stick your thumb up your ass. Because that's Warren Buffett has life insurance. So no fucking body in America can tell me that they can self-insure. And wealthy people don't use self-insurance. Wealthy people use a concept called OPM, other people's fucking money. Why would you self-insure? That means you're a retard who has no money. But it sounds nice to say, I invested in Forex. I invested in Dogecoin. I'm going to self-insure because I'm an idiot-ass American who thinks we can self-insure when the rich people already use OP fucking M. But I'm going to think I sound good and say, no, I'm going to self-insure. I don't need life insurance. How fucking retarded do you sound? Oh, yeah, but you're going to use OPM for them real estate deals. How fucking ridiculous do you sound? You see, again, this is what we hear a lot of in the manosphere, is guys who are talking a bunch of cash shit, or even like this question, what's your take on universal index final expense? Those are 4 different things. But you got motherfuckers running around talking about get universal index final expense. Those are 4 different products. 4 different products. Of course you don't know, because you're not a licensed financial professional like I am. Unfortunately, more motherfuckers will tune in and listen to your page talking about universal index final expense and think they understand it than to listen to my page, who's an actual licensed financial professional and actually does this shit for a living. Again, what you niggas are doing is dunking on somebody at the YMCA who happens to be 6'8", thinking you can go dunk on LeBron James because you dunked on the guy at the YMCA who's 6'8". The guy at the YMCA who's 6'8" just happens to be 6'8", but he don't play basketball like LeBron James. He don't understand the physics or the mechanics of the game like LeBron James. So when you go against LeBron James and he blocks your shot into the stratosphere, you're like, how the fuck is this possible? I just dunked on this 6'8", 260-pound guy at the YMCA who doesn't play basketball for a living. That's the difference. And I'm not knocking you, Chris, because again, you have no clue, but you got people like Tony the Closer and fucking Jay Morrison and all these non-licensed individuals telling you dumb shit like universal term life, telling you dumb shit like get an LLC when you open your YouTube page, not knowing that the federal government, and it just so happens to be that I'm fucking married to a girl who's the fucking IRS, the federal government sees any business that's been operating for 3 years not profitable, if you haven't been profitable for 3 out of 5 years, as a fucking hobby. Thank you for your service, sir. As a military guy, you know I'm fucking right wing to the core. I love my military. Y'all go ahead and get on me, man. I'm sitting here sucking this dick. And I don't give a fuck. This nigga Taz could be like, wait, this nigga just say he's sucking dick on live TV? Sure did. Sitting here sucking this dick, Taz, just like you do. We gonna quit this shit. See? So, yeah, final expenses is good if you plan on dying in 10 years. Universal life is decent. Indexed universal life is my favorite. Variable universal life is probably one of my least favorites. But each one of these products is for a different reason. Also, now here's the problem. Now you have to know, Chris, one thing. Number one, how you doing? How did he come up with that illustration for you? How did he come up with that amount for you? And how did he fund the policy? Most people don't know what the fuck they're doing, so he probably just gave you an index universal life, which is great. But he made more money and he helped screw you. Because number one, we didn't come up with a reason as to why you came up with that number, right? Whatever that number is, if he gives you $1 million worth of life insurance, how did he come up with $1 million? Right? And then are you paying what's called the target premium, which is good for the agent because he's going to get a lot of money? Or are you overfunding the policy, which is bad for the agent because he gets paid a lower commission? See, I overfund people's policy and I get less money, but you get more benefit. But most people don't want to come to me because it sounds too good to be true. Most agents, your agent who set it up, I 1000% promise you he set it up as target premium. So if you're paying between, we get 50% commission minimum. So that means if you're paying $100 a month, he's getting $50 a month off of you. Now, if you set it up to be overfunded properly and you're paying $100 a month, he's only going to get $25 a month for the same work. That's why agents tell you to buy term and invest the difference, because they don't want to do all that work and get less money. I do a little bit more work, get a little bit less money, but I get more referrals. I also get more money because I'm going to come to you and say, listen, you want to pay $100 a month in life insurance? Get the fuck out of my face. Go see that order taker. You come to me when you're spending $500, $600, $700, $1,000, $2,000 a month. Then we set it up for you. Let's see. Lincoln Ward says, and hold on, Chris, before I go on to Lincoln Ward, just because you have term insurance, there's nothing wrong with term insurance. Okay? There's a purpose for it. Okay? Just like an indexed universal life can be a term policy too. It can do what's called fall apart. And if it's not funded properly, which 9 times out of 10, Chris, it's not funded properly, you don't know that. All you know is you've heard people talking about IULs and how they're much better than everything else, because they are. But so many agents don't know how to set that shit up. I'll give you another basketball analogy. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and the Skyhook. How many centers, what's going on, boss? How many centers have come to the NBA and worked with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar to try and learn the Skyhook? Nobody's able to replicate it to the effectiveness. Give me 1 second there. I just had a robocall, I guess. I don't know. Somebody called me from Jersey. Now, let's see what this says. My father-in-law had lung cancer and led to a bunch of issues that took him out in a month. So even that, Lincoln, stuff like that, your family health history has a lot to do with how you're qualifying for life insurance. But I'm still pissed with Chris Mo's agent. But see, this is the problem. A lot of agents are going to do this and they're going to make the money off you. But unless he sat down and did a fact-finding session with you, then he just gave you what he saw fit. Chris, I'd like you to tell me the face amount and how he came up with that number. Did he just say, hey, $100,000 will cost you $50? Or did you guys go through some kind of sit-down situation? Let me know in the chat, man. So again, we're looking at little stuff like that. Okay, let's actually go deeper. Let me see. I'm on my cell phone, so I don't know if I could share my screen. But what I'd like to do is show you what me and Laser Panda got going on. So again, he's paying $1,000 a month into his life insurance policy. And it's a whole life insurance policy. Now, here's my other problem with universal life. I bet your agent set it up for you to pay into it for the rest of your life. And this is why agents say buy term and invest the difference. Because in my opinion, and in many financial professionals' opinion, you shouldn't be paying for life insurance for your whole fucking life. So if you shouldn't be paying for life insurance your whole life, why would you get a whole life policy? Get a term. Nope, that makes no sense. You want to get a whole life policy. You keep that whole life policy and you pay for it for a term. So you get the whole life policy, but you pay for it for 20 years. Or you get the whole life policy and you pay for it for 10 years. So it'd be like that. Shit crazy. He's being antagonized by a black woman. She's fucking. Yo, walk away, bro. That's emotional distress. I posted it the other day. Low value women. Just walk away, bro. She ain't worth it. You got a dime that's ready to run up on you. Walk away, bro. Walk away, bro. It ain't worth it because you gonna get hurt if you do something. All right, dude just walked away. Yeah, some woman was antagonizing her man right now. Give me my shit. Da 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 da. Give me my shit. You ain't shit, you bitch ass nigga. Let's see. He says, I wanted $100,000 policy, and I'm ignorant to this. I just knew I needed it. Right. What did you want $100,000 for? What significance does $100,000 have? For example, Chris, I'm assuming you had wife and kids or something, right? And if you have wife and kids, what is $100,000 really going to do? Right. So you're basically wasting 97 bucks a month, right? In that case, you don't particularly need life insurance just because it builds cash value. Yes. But where did you get to the number that you got to, right? So, for example, now that we know that you said you wanted a $100,000 policy, so let's look at generational wealth and legacy. So the average payout of a life insurance policy is only $168,000. It's really not a lot of money because people don't understand generational wealth. So look at it like this. The average American who makes $50,000 a year and wants to leave 20 years worth of their lifestyle, just like if your kid is 13 and they're going to college, they're on your health insurance till 24. So you want to do the same thing with your life insurance. So you die. And $50,000 for 20 years happens to be $1,000,000. So if you're a person who makes $50,000, you have a child that's under 13, and you're looking to leave the lifestyle that you go to work and bust your ass every day to provide for, then you need $1,000,000 worth of life insurance. Otherwise, quit your fucking job and just live on the streets. Or do what the fuck you need to do and actually get the $1,000,000 worth of life insurance. This is why somebody would tell you to get a term, because for you, $1,000,000 worth of death benefit may only be $97. What's good, fam? Oh, fuck, I done got ash on my chest. Y'all got me out here sucking dick. I mean, smoking weed and cigarettes. I told y'all I'm gonna quit, so now I'm just gonna say that this is what I'm doing when I'm smoking, and I'll feel embarrassed to shit because nothing against gay people, but I'm not gay. I don't like sucking dick unless it's me getting my dick sucked. So, you know, me associated with dick sucking is not a thing I want to do. But yeah, $100,000 policy, bro. I want everyone who's watching actually go to www.lifehappens.org. That's www.lifehappens.org. Yo, what's going on, bro? I'm chilling. I didn't even know that was you. This Lonzo. Man, I'm right. How you been, man? And where you working at? Oh, where? That's what's up. I was about to say that's a beer now. That's a monster. I was about to say it's too hot for a cold one. I'll see you later, bro. I'll see you later. You be around? Listen, man, we ain't 20 no more. We 40. I don't worry about that shit because I ain't putting my neck in none of that shit. So yeah, go to lifehappens.org and you want to go to calculators. In the calculators, they'll have, yeah, you already know, Ra. I saw it, and yo, they was right here. They was like right there in front of me. And I was like, yo, please, she's about to swing on them. That's why I said, walk, bro. It's gonna end bad for you. I ain't gonna hop in. I'ma just call 911. That's gonna be worse. But 911 coming, they gonna arrest the dude because black men, you can't be fucking lemmings, right? We have this situation where we're mad at what the women are doing. Well, then why would you be a fucking lemming and jump off the cliff? Because that's what you're doing, right? You're seeing the black man before you go through some dumb shit, and you're going, couldn't be me. I'm just gonna walk off this cliff. And then you wonder why niggas don't respect niggas, or niggas don't respect black men. Niggas meaning people. uh, but yeah, you know, and yes, that's a word that's in my lexicon, nigga. It is what it is. In our world, the N word does not mean anything derogatory. Nigga means person, right? So you can call a black person, a white person, a Hispanic person, an Asian person, a person. But because the N word, nigga, is common in our lexicon, when we are saying person to persons, we say, hey, nigga, that doesn't mean you fucking slave monkey, whatever, whatever. That means person. So let's get over it being offended by the N word. Because nigga means person to niggas. And when I say niggas, I mean black people. There's the N word is weird like that. But nigga means person, period. So it is what it is. Right? It's just like a lot of other words that are put in, like bootylicious is now a word in the dictionary. Wasn't in the lexicon. How's it going again? You back already? What you? I hope you picked up something healthy, some fruit or something. Okay. Well, you know, yeah, that's true because they ain't cheap. That's right. They ain't cheap. Well, it better be. It's expensive. Shoot, listen, it's too expensive to be paying for a hospital visit. I'll see you then. So yeah, what you want to do is go to calculators, and on the calculator, make sure that you go to. There's a few calculators. There's, I think, human life value calculator, and then there is life insurance needs calculator. There's also a disability insurance needs calculator. People always talk about they don't need disability insurance, not understanding. If we called it what it really was, you'd want it. It's called paycheck insurance. Everybody wants insurance for their paycheck. What if I told you if you got hurt auto off the job and couldn't go back to work for a certain period of time, I could make sure that you get at least 60% of your take-home income, and in some states up to 80% of your take-home income while you rehabilitate. Would you like that? Okay. So I want you guys to go through those calculators and put in your own numbers, because those are going to give you a base idea of where to start when you talk with your insurance agent, right? So, Chris, I want you to actually, if you're still there, let me know why you wanted that $100,000 policy. Like, what's the significance of $100,000? Are you single? Are you married? Because 100,000 is a specific number, right? And like I said, people get $100,000 death benefit, but that don't really do shit for your family. If you want to leave something, if you make $50,000 a year, you need $1 million policy, because that's $50,000 a year for 20 years. Otherwise, you're just jerking off. Like, but see, people don't take life insurance serious, because when your wife and kids is left with $50,000 once, they can be like, this fuck nigga. But if you leave them 20 years of the lifestyle that you busted your ass for every day, it makes sense. What's up, Adrian? How you doing? What's up, cuz? Doing well, doing well. Opening up this morning, or are we opening tomorrow? Tomorrow, okay. Yes, Miss Nash, how are you? Yeah, This has been an eventful live so far. We've seen a couple of things. We've done seen some real life manosphere action happen where, a dude was being berated by his woman. And that's why I told him just keep walking. I ain't gonna get involved in it. They would have approached me. I'd have been like, listen, I don't want nothing to do with none of this. I'm calling 911. Get the fuck away from me. I call the police. Oh, of course we're talking about money, Ms. Nash. We were talking about basically what occurred is, I have a love-hate relationship with the manosphere. So much so that, ironically enough, I was Facebook friends with Sister George before I knew the manosphere existed. And I had gone into her space because, like I said, the first place I got to was the Raj Report. But then I started watching Kevin Samuels. But simultaneously, as I was watching Kevin Samuels, and a lot of people don't know this, the same day I started watching Kevin Samuels is the same day I started watching The Pink Pill, or Crystal and Kerosene, who is a woman who's a black woman who divests. She doesn't believe in dating black men. She thinks there's no benefit to it, economically, socioeconomically. And to be quite frank, in my dealings in business, as a black man who's trying to achieve a socioeconomic status, and I'm in a certain socioeconomic status of over 100K a year, it's difficult when I don't have brothers who look like me to actually fucking do business with, right? That shit gets embarrassing. Because I walk into the building and they're like, oh, here's Glocktavius. You know how hard it is to be the only black guy representing some shit? And then when you go back to the hood, niggas always, oh, you got a silver spoon in your mouth. You done turned your back. No, you stupid motherfucker. I'm trying to get your support so we can all come up. But y'all making it hard on me, and you think I got it easy over here with these fucking crackers? No. But y'all niggas make it harder on us all by fucking dishing on us. But see, when I say some shit like that, I'm the asshole. Single with no kids, but if I die, I don't want no one to be stressed. Okay, so you're not trying to leave a particular legacy at the current moment. So I still don't understand the significance of the $100,000 face amount. The average funeral is about $21,000. And you know, yes, you may listen and talk about money, Ms. Nash. In fact, it's welcome. I'm sorry I had to go on that rant, but now we kind of understand why Cynthia G exists, why Crystal and Kerosene exists, right? Because I hate being embarrassed and y'all niggas be making me look bad in the boardroom, right? I've had a situation with brothers from the manosphere where I have an investment advisor, a girl I took from Charles Schwab, TD Ameritrade, because now they're both the same company. And we were supposed to do some investment talk, and this one dude was talking about $50 to her. And she, behind the scenes, told me respectfully, Alonzo, the only reason I sat with this dude was because I know you and I follow you with financial services. But if you're ever going to use my services again, because she has her Series 7 license, so she's a full-fledged, and she can sell you corporate stock, basically. She's a stockbroker. Nice outfit. She was like, don't bring me these dudes unless they actually have money. And you brought me guys who apparently don't have money. Next time you bring me someone, it's going to cost you money. So now when I bring her guys, it costs me money. And I'm willing to pay that fee to her because I understand the money that can be made when I bring these guys to her. But guys got to be serious. And guys have to have the actual money. And I'm starting to come across guys who are in that realm across this space who have that money. So it is serious. But Until then, she says, isn't the pink pill about picking the best man to partner with from any demographic? Uh, Adrian, I'm not 1000% positive. I wasn't like an avid follower of the pink pill. To be honest, I used to just go over there and vent like I did here, where I was just screaming about niggas making it difficult for me to move up in business, to those black women, to let them understand, hey, there's black men who are upset at other black men. Because I can't go, it's chess, not checkers. If there's more focus on Gloctavius than Alonzo Hall, guess what happens when Alonzo Hall walks in the boardroom? They imagine him as Gloctavius. They start giving right of first refusal to Chad instead of Gloctavius, even though Gloctavius has hella more credentials, hella more experience, and hella more ability than Brad. Not to mention, like I said, when I got into this business, my adopted brother's rich Caucasian uncle said, oh, you're in financial services? Yeah. He said, oh, I got into that business. Here's my advice. I'm a white guy that comes from money and has connections, and the business was hard for me. You're a black kid from the hood who ain't got no money and don't know nobody. Good luck, click. That's the advice I got from my basically uncle. Who no, he ain't got no relationship to me. Like I said, the reason my adopted brother is because his mother got with a black man, got pregnant, and had to end up living in Fairhaven because they rich ass cut him off. But I'm happy for it because now I got into the same field he got in. I'm playing in the same arena he got in. Meanwhile, when I talk to the brothers from the hood, I hear all y'all niggas call yourself El Chapo, but meanwhile, you don't know that 5 Colombian cocaine cartel members hid $80 million of drug money and life insurance in 2002. And I can't get y'all niggas to spend $100 a month on life insurance. But you fuck niggas call yourself El Chapo. But when my black ass goes into the boardroom with the white guys, they look at me like Gloctavius and I don't know shit. So then we come back in the hood and we scream Black Lives Matter on some fucking bullshit when you niggas could just do the same shit as a Colombian cocaine cartel. Because all the rap songs say all we do is have sex and sell cocaine. Apparently, that's all the fucking rap songs say. But then when I scream like this, I'm the asshole. How's it going? Right? That's what happens. But when Pop Smokes get killed, oh, he was so positive. Every fucking song he had, I'ma kill you niggas. I'ma sell dope to your mama. I'ma buy some expensive clothes. I'ma kill another nigga. That's all the fuck y'all say. Good luck, click. Meanwhile, while I'm trying to teach y'all about financial services, about getting your shit together, y'all be having 4-hour circle jerks about what the black woman ain't doing. 4-hour fucking circle jerks about this shit. Realistically. Y'all will sit online for 4 and 12 hours. Well, the black woman ain't do this. Well, your black ass ain't doing nothing neither, nigga. Ramil Amir, I told you $1,000 a month on life insurance. Who spends $1,000 a month on life insurance? Well, I showed you niggas. Go to Google. Google Tamra 7-Peg. Google modified endowment contract. These are things that the average person don't know. This is how you use life insurance as a tax shelter. God damn. Rael says, we are missing so much money in venture capital by not getting in the business game as black men. It's ridiculous. Dudes have fought us in this space for trying to shift space towards business. Right? So she says, breathe a lot. So I'm sorry, Adrian, but it's passionate and it's fucking upsetting. You know, we can't keep having these 4-hour pity panels because, you know, some dudes got tired of jerking off. Like, these dudes are 50 and 60 years old, man. I'm trying to reach the younger dudes so you don't fall into these pitfalls. He said, I thought 100,000 would be enough for a funeral and some left for my parents. Okay, so you intend on dying before your parents? So if that's the case, at 97 bucks a month, since you intend on dying so soon, get yourself a 10-year term and make it like $1 million face amount at the same price. Because whole life is too expensive to just be trying to die. That's why people tell you buy term and invest the difference. Because your situation, you don't need a permanent life insurance policy right now at $100,000 face amount. You're fucking just jizzing in the wind for no fucking reason right now, right? But in the event that you would be trying to build some collateral or build something, that's what you use it for. This guy's probably a financial advisor or an attorney because we are near the courts. I should go to the court and start prospecting, right? Like, I told these dudes, you want to get divorce insurance, right? So you would get a permanent life policy, overfunded, and in the prenup, you say, hey, listen, this is all you get is whatever's in this life policy, whatever year you divorce me. Boom. And now you got what you got. But yeah, 100,000 is enough for a funeral. But again, think about the thinking that you're thinking backwards there. And your agent is not gonna what am I not doing? But the agent's not gonna really help you there. You see what I'm saying? The agent has a living to make, right? And most agents are order takers. They don't know how to sell life insurance. They don't know how the shit works. All they know is, oh, somebody wants a policy. Let me get it to them. And I think it's a lot more effective when, and you know what? Thank you, Adrian, for putting me back on track. You know, but let's I wanna get back to here Chris Mo's comment. He thought 100,000 would be enough for a funeral and some left for his parents. So yeah, it sounds like you plan on dying inside of the next X amount of years. And so since that's the case, yeah, you might as well get a term policy. Get a 10-year term because you plan on dying inside of the next 10 years. You see what I'm saying? Now, if you don't plan on dying inside of the next 10 years, you need to think about somebody outside of your parents being your beneficiary. You want to create an estate, right? So you want to create something with which you can do shit with. What up, though? You know? So, you know, that's why somebody might tell you to do a term. Hold up, let me light my J. Damn, it is like, damn, it's six whole niggas over there trying to get a fucking sandwich. About to be 7 niggas. 7 whole niggas trying to get a sandwich. Oh, he wildin'. Not today, baby.
Relax.
No, it is right now. Okay, I'm relaxed. I'm wilding. You not hitting the jack, so. All right, see you later. So, at any rate, estate, you say. Right. So at any rate, I thought 100,000 would be enough for a funeral and some left for my parents. So you see the cuteness? Let me hit the J. No, you wildin'. That's fucked up. I'm trying to be there for you, sis. You don't know I happen to be sick. I'm looking out for you. So she says, estate, you say, yes. So you leave it to your estate, bro. Don't worry about your fucking parents at this point. you have an estate to create. So you create no beneficiary and you create an estate. It's similar to like what Prince did, right? So you know how Prince died and finally 6 years later settled his estate because he didn't have a will. So without that will, he can't leave that final estate. What's going on, bro? Bucky ass niggas. That shit's so funny. Uh, so divorce insurance. We'll get to that in a second. Let me give Chris Bo the rest of his advice. Right. So here's what you want to do, bro. You want to create an estate and start overfunding into that universal life policy. So $97 a month is your target premium. All that's doing is making sure that when you die, your family gets that $100,000. What you need to do is overfund your policy. If I'll tell you what, go to my website, www.adhwealth.com. Let me put it in the comments. And book a session. Go to the contact us button and you can actually schedule a consult. At which point, I'll review your policy for you because you need to. Yeah, there's a whole lot of shit that you need to do. Andre, what's going on? The aliens in the building. Oh, we could talk about credit too, but you know, because I don't know if you saw my prior video, the Breakaway League, but Adrian, I think your will and trust and estate paralegal, if I if I recall. So you know, if I'm off on stuff, seeing as you work in that field, you would chime in. You don't seem like the type who wouldn't chime in. So I'm going to assume you chime in. So I'm going to go back to now divorce insurance. So when you're, I know it, again, planning for your wedding, you can also plan for your divorce prior to even planning for your wedding. So right now, Chris, you have that $100,000 policy. You can set that up so that there's a certain amount of cash left in that policy, at with which point, if your wife decides to divorce you and you guys are 20 years in, how's it going? You can you guys are 20 years in, you can say, hey, listen, there's X amount of dollars in this policy at this point in time. It's similar to something called an amortization schedule or amortization schedule, which is basically a loan repayment. But as opposed to what you'd be repaying in the loan, it would be what you are paying in the loan. So we've got some new comments in the building. She's here for it. Well, you know what? Anybody in the mood, feel welcome to come up. I might as well create 4-hour panels too, right? But we can have 4-hour panels and talk about money. What's up, Chief? Same shit, right? So we can have 4-hour panels, and instead of talking about what's wrong with the black woman and her attitude, and she feels this way, and da 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 da, and if they would act right, and da 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 da, and I ain't getting my date from high school, and I wanted this girl in high school, and now she don't want me, and now that I'm older and got money, now she want me, and now I feel like rubbing it in her face, Kevin Samuels, and now that I got money, I want to rub it in and have all these hoops. He's closed, bro, till tomorrow. You looking for a sandwich? Believe it or not, the spot over here, they have pretty good selection. It's not like deli meat. It's actually like real Italian sandwiches. Yeah. Okay. Rob Cypher, what up? So, with being just out of prison, is it a felony or a misdemeanor? And yes, you always have to have an exit plan. And the links in the chat, anybody who feel like it could come on up. Let me see here. He says, "What's up, bro? I just got out of prison, so I really don't have a solid financial plan. I'm working now. I do make 45K a year. What can I do? Can you help me?" Well, that's actually a great thing. Just getting out of prison and you're already at 45K. So number one, I commend you because you're making more than the average black man. Average black man makes $40,000 a year. So at 45K, you make more than the average black man. Actually, you make more than the average man in America. Average man in America makes between 40 and 50K. So it's not like astronomically different. You're basically average, right? So uh, it's nothing spectacular, dude. Let me not make it like it was crazy. Like, you know, hey, how's your 457 doing? Actually, it's probably getting beat up right now. I can help you. Like you guys have helped me many times going to the hospital. So she says, "You are so neighborly." I know that's the N word they really don't want to call you. Is neighbor. That's the joke. See, when you work in financial services, you get to learn these jokes, right? And the other one is, what is it? Neighbor is one of the words they don't want to call you. The other one is, what's the difference between a black man and a pizza? I don't know, Bob. What's the difference? A pizza can feed a family of four. Dum and it's like, oh, that's fucked up. At any rate, so at 45K, you're doing pretty good, right? So don't worry about everything. That's the average for the entire country. So it's not like you're doing terrible. You're actually doing great. So the difference with a felony is you may be locked away from life insurance until you're off papers, right? If you've ever been to jail, obviously I've worked with people who have been to jail, so I understand what being on papers is. So I know until however long it is until you're off papers, the clock would start there as a product of life insurance. However, there are other products that you can use that can kind of help you almost in a way to self-insure. And I'll tell you what, go to my website, go to the contact us section and schedule an appointment. And what we will do is I'll go over your financials and I'll help you come up with a plan. But simply put, what everyone is going to tell you is either don't accrue debt or pay off your debt. Hopefully, you don't have any student loans. So you'll want to pay those off if you do. Um, shit, what else? Yeah, but I need something to drink. So, but with 45K, you could come up with a solid plan, bro. Loud ass bike. Yeah, well, 45K, you could come up with a solid plan. Um, you want to make sure to do things like attain yourself somewhere to live. Not sure where you're living, but 45K can actually be a great amount of money. Off papers literally just means that he's no longer um, on parole or probation, um, and he's satisfied like a waiting period. So waiting, I don't know exactly how long it is. I don't know if it's the same with every situation. I doubt it. But whatever the judge says that period of time is, that satisfies you having paid your debt to society, even though you haven't paid your debt to society, because now for the rest of your life, you're scarred with a felony, though the scarring should have happened with the fact that you went to jail. But now it becomes more prison like because you go everywhere and they say, hey, do you have a felony? And then because you have a felony, you fucked up. Oh, shit. So that's what's off papers. But other shit happens too. Like I said, I have clients who right now actually I have a client who's with NYFD. Uh and we've got him in a good situation. So hopefully one day I'll bring him on my channel and we'll talk about it. But one thing I do know is that I also have clients with the police department. And again, you're in Ohio. I'm licensed in Ohio. I live in Columbus, Ohio, and I served my full time as 20 years ago, so I don't have any parole. Oh, so you're off papers. All right, so yeah, then you're able to get some things. All right. So yeah, you far off papers, bro. You've been off papers for a minute. So check it out. With that, you can with that, you can actually do some things. So 45K salary in Columbus, Ohio is actually great because Ohio doesn't have an expensive cost of living. So hopefully you don't have some incredibly expensive car to floss on niggas. If you're gonna go ahead and now here's where if you're going to floss on niggas, I'd say go buy here, pay here. Here's the problem with buy here, pay here. You're gonna get a shitty vehicle. So spend a few dollars less, get like a fucking Mazda, and drive around like a boss in a 2014 Mazda, or get a 2006 fucking BMW and know that you're going to have to dump shit tons of money into it to keep it up and running. But you'll pay like $7,500 for it. So it's nothing, right? Because I know it seems like I'm telling you to be fiscally irresponsible, but in the long run, you'll be better off because you're spending most of your time, I'm assuming, at work, right? So you're not going to be driving around often. So at that point, okay. Oh, you're buffering because I need to charge my phone. Actually, I'm at 10%. So my phone is probably bugging right now. But at any rate, so like for example, one of my clients, right? He just put $500,000 away in an annuity, and he just put a life insurance policy on himself for $1,000 a month. Now, because he's in good health, they doubled his death benefit, and he's only paying the policy for 10 years. He's 42 right now. So at 52, he's done paying it, but it's still going to accumulate cash value. But he doesn't have to pay another dime into it unless he decides to. Now, if he decides to pour more money into it, it now becomes a tax shelter. Because of the $1,000 a month, you're starting to trigger things that are tax beneficial in life insurance. Now, what we have him set up in is, like I was talking about, a modified endowment contract. A modified endowment contract is going to change the way that your life insurance is treated via taxes. It now becomes an IRA. However, the benefit to it is an IRA, you can only put $6,500 maximum in it per year. But a life insurance policy has no limit as to how much money you can put into it per year. So why the fuck would I buy an IRA and spend future tax dollars when I can buy a life insurance policy and pump tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars into it? Because even my 401k, I can only put 20,500, while my life insurance, I can put 25,000 in, or 125,000 in annually. And then that money, that's the cash value, because it's growing against the S&P 500, currently at a 5.75% monthly compound interest rate, I'm going to grow that money tax free and have access to it. So it's fully liquid. So if I want to do something like buy a house, I've already got the down payment, and it will be putting my money in a money market account like Marcus Millichap, which is Goldman Sachs, which will give me 0.5% interest, or 50 cents on $100 per year. Or I could get $5.75 per $100 per month. But, I'd rather buy term and invest the rest. What's up, Chief? Right? I'd rather buy term and invest the rest. So, you know, those are some crazy different things. Yeah, my phone is damn dying. I'm buffering over here. I gotta go charge my phone, yo. Cause this shit about to cut off. I guess I'm talking until I cut off. Fuck it. I don't feel like moving right now. It feels good out here. So yeah, man. Shit makes you feel a certain type of way. I guess. You know? So it'll be like that. She says you are so neighborly. Underrated darkness. What's up, brother? Yeah, I still gotta come chop it up with you. I chop it up with you. It's just say it louder so the people in the back can hear you. I don't give a fuck if they can hear me or not. It's not about them right now. Like, you gotta learn, man. Okay, because guess what? They don't give a fuck if I can hear them or not. So, like, you know what I'm saying? It'd be like that. So say it louder so the people in the back can hear you. So yeah, underrated. You can feel free to come up if you want. My phone is at like 7%, so I'm gonna have to hop up there. Yeah, no doubt, bro. Come up for a consult, man. I'll show you how to really get this cheddar, man. I told niggas, man, listen, I'm a label whore just like you, cuz, right? But I show niggas how, instead of, cause niggas give fucked up financial advice. Niggas like Tony the Closer and Wall Street Trapper charge you $3,500 for their fucking course, and they don't know what the fuck they talking about, right? Peep game. Niggas be like, why would I buy my kids Jordans? I should buy them the Jordan stock. Well, if you only buy the Jordan stock will inflate for a short period of time, but because the product behind the Jordan is not selling, the stock becomes worthless. So you have to buy the Jordans as well. Now, here's what happens. Niggas end up buying 4 pairs of J's a month. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But if you fuck with the kid, I could teach you how to buy, instead of having a 5 summer run of sour, I could show you how to have 3 pairs of J's a month, every month for the rest of your life, right? So peep game. You buy the Jordan and you buy the stock. Boom. Now instead of buying 4 pairs of Jordans, the money you save on that 4th pair of Jordans, when you buy 3 pair of Jordans, you buy the value of the stock with that 4th pair of Jordans. Eventually, you'll have an entire share. Then you'll be able to draw down dividends. Eventually, your dividends will start paying you for 1 pair of the Jordans. So now you're only paying for 2 pairs of Jordans a month. And the money that you save on the other 2 pairs, because your dividends are paying you, you're going to put back into the stock of the Jordan. She said, how about you learn today? Nah, they going to learn today, shorty. So you put the money in the other stock. So now you take the money that you're getting from the 2 pairs of Jordans and put it back in the stock. So now you get dividends again. So now you get another pair of J's. So what up, Mitch? So you take that pair of J's, or you buy more pair of J's with that. So now instead of buying 4 pairs of J's, you're buying 1 pair of J's. And the money you save on them 3 pair of J's, you put back into the stock. So eventually your dividend is paying for all of your Jordans, right? And then by the bank. So that's that. She says, thanks, man. I will hit you up for a consult. All right. So the link is in the chat. Is it still buffering? Put a 1 in the chat if you can see if it's coming through clear. Ms. Nash.
It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, Alonzo. Won't you be my
Yes, it
neighbor?
is. Won't you be my neighbor? How are you?
Louder, Alonzo, say it louder. Talk that money, talk to me, black man.
Yes, ma'am.
I am slinging mud. I'll have to talk to you about that privately. But I'm slinging mud right now, literally. So I'm coming up from slinging the mud to talk to you on the live.
Oh,
Cheers.
okay. Fair enough.
Yes.
So
Talk that
what
money,
say
talk to
you?
me.
Well, I can continue. You have a question or anything?
No, I was feeling neighborly. I was
Okay.
feeling comfortable to come about the mud, literally.
Fair enough. Well, let's talk about, you know what? Can I touch on a particular situation? So, we're familiar with a situation where a person has approximately $800,000
Mm,
from what I saw in the statement. And
yes.
this is what we mean when we say things like estate. If you've ever gone through a consult with me, you understand that we have to collect information like a power of attorney, etc., in the event of elder or financial abuse.
Mm.
And my phone is about to die.
Oh no.
All right, so I'm going to no, I'm gonna keep it going. I gotta go charge my phone. Yeah, this. Don't worry, I've got enough energy to make it to the charger.
Okay.
Um, hold on.
We holding, we holding.
Okay. Well, and yes, the battery. I know the battery is low. Now it's starting to the screen getting all dark. Hopefully I'll make it. If not, I'll hop back on via the computer. And then I can actually show my screen and stuff and show numbers.
I like the data, Alonzo.
I'm trying to find my house keys. Haha. Hopefully my wife has the air conditioner on because it's cold as shit. I mean, hot as shit outside. Ah, complex. What's going on, brother? Hey, babe. I'm on live. I'm gonna go scream at niggas for a little bit.
Hi, Mrs. Hall.
You hear?
I did.
Yeah. So she knows I'm going to be yelling at niggas for a moment. So bear with me. Damn it! I wish my laptop was charged, but give me 1 second here. Let me put my phone on the charger. All right, y'all go ahead for a moment. I'll be right back.
Oh, great. I came up here and then Zode takes off.
Hello,
No,
sir. Who are you?
wait, I'm sorry. Did it just cut out? Did you?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. There you go. Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm Adrian. Who are you?
Oh, my name is Ulysses.
Liz.
In these YouTube streets, I go by Complex Design. So I'm
A
one of the founding
strong
members.
Ulysses.
Say that again?
That's a strong name, Ulysses.
Hold on.
Yeah.
There's an echo. 1 second. 1 second.
Okay.
Say something.
Yeah. Can you hear us?
I
Yeah,
can hear.
but I have an echo.
Okay, that might be
Let,
me. God damn it. Hold on, hold on.
no, let me see. Yeah, I don't hear anything. Adrian, can you speak?
All right, Zoe, what about now?
Uh, yeah, no, it's clear.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know what it is with my headphones, dude. It gives off an echo on StreamYard.
Yeah, the StreamYard is weird with shit, dude. I got to
Yeah.
use something different one day. At
What
any
the
rate,
hell,
I'm
man?
sorry. I didn't mean to dump you up here and not introduce. So we actually have a heavy hitter in here. He's actually an actual founding member of the manosphere, and what the intent of the manosphere was a progression of black men. Shit, my phone is at 1%. It's still dying. That's what the problem is. Let me see if I can pull you guys up on my tablet. Y'all keep going again.
Okay. All right. So I'll just say, yeah. So we've been around a while. Kind of, we created a think tank in the manosphere, and there's kind of always been this general notion that Black manosphere is about women and issues and gender war and all that. And the brain trust is actually sort of like a counter to that, right? So it's technocratic in thought, in terms of the content. So it's all about like tech and economics and geopolitics, national politics, and social examinations, and there's a whole lot of different areas from where we kind of approach content from. Uh, you know, if we talk about any type of relationship type stuff, it's kind of like sapiosexual based, and even then, it's kind of we take a different approach to it. So, what we try to do is kind of maybe what we've tried to do over the last 5 years is like really just try to like shift, how black men, thought. Let's just say black male thought, and you got to battle. You got to battle with people. So yeah, but I linked up with Zoe because he came into the space, and he's really kind of on the same tip. He's on the same tip we're on, right? So like energy is going to coalesce, and even outside of YouTube, Zoe and I, we're doing a lot of biz dev, in the insurance sector. Um, there's a huge opportunity in insurance in the sector of tech that I'm in, and we've been trying to crack the nugget on it. So, it's a lot of people may not think that there's opportunities for brothers to collaborate and do business together based on what they do as professions, but that's not necessarily true, right? So, I figured Zoe is probably going to be touching on something along these lines. This is probably kind of what he's feeling. You know, uh, a lot of the challenge that we have as black men.
Yeah. All right. I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yep.
I can.
Okay, wonderful. So yeah, now I'm on from my tablet, which is charged. So this should be a little bit better because for some reason my phone is not even accepting the charge. There we go.
The original charger.
No, this is actually my laptop charger. But it's weird with the USB-C. It's like you plug it in one way, it's technically backwards.
Hmm.
But it's fine now. It was because I was using too much juice and trying to charge it at the same time.
Got it.
But yes, so that is particularly one of the challenges, especially seeing as I, am around with, guys like yourself, right? Guys like Rael, right? Who shoot, guys like Mike V, and there's a handful of other gentlemen, who are actually doing some things. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah, there's hobby involved, right? Because everybody has hobbies, but there's substance, right? And it seems like it was being shadow banned, and conversations are all about dating and mating, which is cool, but it's not the most important thing in the world, though it is. And I understand the aspect of, look, we're trying to create families, but these guys aren't exactly creating families. We're seeing more super chat me, dude. Like that.
Yeah,
That's
hit the
what we're
cash
seeing.
app. Right? We're kind of prolonging. We're just kind of. It's dude. It's all. It's like you have to really examine why people are doing things, right? You
Right.
notice, Brain Trust, we never ask for money, right? We don't have a super chat. The channel's not even monetized, okay? We did it that way on purpose. One, we didn't ever want people to think that we were politically swayed one way or the other, okay? So if we don't take any money, you can't claim us to be on the hook for anything, right? From any sort of political position or anything like that, right? So we're going to stay neutral in that regard. Other thing is, look, as men, and you particularly know this, you were literally speaking to this on Edward's live stream, what, maybe it's just like yesterday or something, about,
Mm-hmm.
black men having like 10-year plans and shit like that. See, listen, I'll be 45, dude, next week, by the way, next Tuesday.
Okay.
All right. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother, man. Ben, it just,
That's actually a milestone for black men, to be honest.
this is where I'm going with it. Look, man, at a certain point, and I don't know, maybe the sister wants to chime in on this. At a certain point, man, you have to realize you only have but so much time left. You already know, dude, I lost my wife already.
Right.
Okay. Typically, I'm supposed to go before her, but cancer took her.
Complex, you there?
Oh, wait, you guys hear me?
Yeah, you muted.
No, you know what? I don't know. My phone went to sleep for some strange reason. Weird. Okay. No, so what I was saying is that at a certain point, man, as a man, dude, you got to start thinking different, man. And that's when I kind of preach the tone of indifference with all this female shit. And because it's like, well, wait a minute, man. Like, how long is this going to be a problem for you? You know what I'm saying? It's like, look, at a certain point, you can argue with women till you're blue in the face. But if it ain't going nowhere, it ain't going nowhere. Okay. And sometimes you just got to like drop some shit and go somewhere else for a while, go do something else, maybe come back to it later. Okay.
Yeah.
But there's other more important things on the table right now. Right.
Way
And if
more.
they can't, they are their own adults. If they can't get right, all the best to them. But see, the black community of the future will be an Afrofuturistic community. So if people don't want to change and evolve, then dude, they're basically going to go the way of evolution and they're going to weed themselves out. There's an individual impetus at this point. Like, I don't like the fact that this type of stuff is being sold as content, i.e. the super chats and the cash apps and all this. Like, literally dysfunction is being sold, right, in 8-hour
Right.
shifts. It's fucking disgusting, bro. It's disgusting. I can't. That's why it's like I really can't get into that shit. Watch it. It's like fuck all this shit, man.
Damn, yo, you said it's 8-hour shifts of dysfunction. Oh my God. Well, there was mention of wanting to do 24 hours. Adrian, were you saying something?
I said that's what he said. I'm over here in the amen corner. I'm amening. Okay.
But yeah, this is
Go
like I
on,
said,
brother.
an original.
Go on.
Yeah, this is an original create. Oh shit! Did she fall off? Okay, she's
I'm
back.
still here.
Okay, no, because I'm not on my phone, and so somehow I have no control over anything anymore because I'm just a guest. I'll have to refigure this one out, but I can probably just pull up StreamYard on another. I'll do that later. Anyway, so again, being an original founder of the space, the original intent was not to do with relationships. As you heard Complex say, he lost his wife, right? So he's seen that impact. So he's telling you guys right now, I'm about to be 45. There's got to be a 10-year plan. Can I say you do have children, correct, Complex?
Yeah, I got a 10-year-old daughter.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's got a 10-year-old daughter. So would you say that coming up with a 10-year plan now that she's 10 is a good idea for you?
It's a great idea, and it's right on time with a lot of business stuff that's coming on, dude. So that's why I don't take any time that I spend on YouTube getting on a panel or something. Like it's not for shits and giggles or bullshit, right? Everything is because it's intentional. Like life has to become intentional, right? At a certain point, I'm saying something has to click in a man's head, right? Where shit has to just be intentional, dude. It's like you got to wake up one day and be like, yo, like the sum total of my life could literally not be that sisters are out of pocket. Listen, I'm indifferent to it. I'm like, let them be out of pocket, dude. I don't know. I can't solve all the fucking world's problems, and I damn sure ain't about to sit up here and try to psychoanalyze a whole group of women that, for whatever reason, are doing what they do. I'm not here for it. I got my own daughter to focus on, right? And I got this paper out here. That's about it. Like at a certain point, it's gonna have to start clicking with people.
So now let me ask you this one question. Looking back 10 years, would you say that putting together a 10-year plan for a daughter that you didn't expect to have or did would have been a good idea?
Are you asking about like me personally, or just like a general idea?
Like a
generally
general.
speaking. So you said if you go back, would putting it together a 10-year plan be ideal? Yeah.
Right. So because your daughter is 10 now. So looking back 10 years, you would recommend to a guy who maybe doesn't have kids yet, hey, put together a 10-year plan for if you have kids. And if you don't, great. That's extra butter on the biscuit. But if you do, great. You have a plan for it.
Yeah.
Would you say that makes sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think what happened, like even with like an instance for like what happened with me, that's what we did. And then, look, man, the deck got shuffled, dude. When wifey passed, I mean, look, there was a policy payout, right?
Mm-hmm.
Took that money. That's when, you know, I had to reestablish life, right? And so
Mm-hmm.
now I'm back up to the point where, you know, we're finally on some rolling all of this tech stuff out, securing contracts and all this type of stuff. Dude, this is
Right.
where I get back on my policy shit. I have to because I
Oh
have
no,
to have a
exactly.
way to really. I have to have a way to fund my policy,
To
man.
do it. Yeah.
You know, so this is where that 10-year plan comes into play. Well, I'm just trying to like put out here that this is how brothers really need to be thinking, dude. Like, get off that stupid shit with gender war stuff, bro. It's like it's a waste of your life.
So here's the thing, gentlemen. You hear a founding member of the manosphere who says, "Listen,
Well, no. Founding
we
member of
can
the
hear."
brain trust. I don't want to say. I
Okay.
don't want to take Manosphere. I mean, if you okay, Mike V is a member of the brain trust who would be a 1.0 guy. He would be a founding member.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll
Well,
say
you
I'm a
definitely have a founding member of the Black Brain Trust.
brain train. Yeah, def
The
that.
Brain Train, yes. And let me see if I can look at the chat too, because yeah, my thing only
Let
has
me
a
see.
private chat now.
Yeah, it only says private chat, bro. Can't even see it. You gotta might have to change your. Let me go over to YouTube.
Yeah, I gotta pull up my StreamYard on my.
Oh, and then Adrian said she's trying to get on, or well, she fell
Get
off
back
the
on.
panel. I think it's an accident. Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on, let me log
Okay.
this in from my.
All right.
This is the first time I've used this on my tablet. That's why.
Okay. Yeah, Adrian, just hit the link. You
I'll let you in a second.
and
Technology is a
I'm probably gonna
motherfucker.
hop on the scoot here in a sec, bro. So you know me.
No doubt. Listen, man, you come in, learn to hit hard and bounce.
Hey, hey, dude. So for the shit that we're launching here, for the scooters and stuff, bro. Okay, wait. This. We still got to echo. Yeah, Adrian, you're gonna have to turn off YouTube. Or so, something was feedbacking. Yeah, something was
No, that's
feedbacking.
me.
Or was that you?
Yeah. I had the other
Oh, okay. Yeah, something was feedbacking. I heard it, dude. It was like, whoa.
Alright, so now I'm back on.
All right.
And I
Let's see if she
can go through it.
bring her back up.
Let me drop the link again.
All right. Oh, hey, dude. So it's ADP is underwriting it for Razor, bro.
What?
Yeah,
ADP doesn't even.
dude. No, look. I don't know, dude. I don't know how this shit works, dude. We're so just putting shit out here. I don't know how it was, but the city needed like 2 documents, right? They needed they needed the encroachment, right? So then they needed to show liability coverage, right, for the shit that'd be
Right.
on public property, and then they needed this thing called, and maybe you know this what this is. It's called a waiver of subjugation. Do you know what that is?
So subjugation means that if somebody, like if a hit and run happened,
Yeah.
you wouldn't be able to come after. So they wouldn't be able. If you did something to somebody and like ran off or something, they wouldn't be able to be subjugated against. So you take the liability.
Okay.
I
They
mean, that's the
needed.
30,000 foot view of it.
Okay, so I mean, I'm just trying to make it maybe more specific to what they're requiring, because we had submitted all the insurance paperwork maybe like 2 weeks ago, and then they came back and they were like, the waiver of subjugation needs to say this, right? So then they needed to go back, and then dude was telling me, okay, I need to get with the people over at ADP. They're gonna rewrite it out and then send it back over to me. And so they sent it to me this morning, and then I sent it to the city. So I'm just waiting to hear back for them to say, okay, yeah, both documents are good to go. Then I just get with Public
Oh, the
Works.
city wants to waiver of subjugation.
The city wants it. Yeah. Well, because
So here, yeah,
they have to provide the insurance to the city. That's why I was like, bruh,
yeah.
let me
So what
find
they're
out
saying
who
is
their
this.
shit is, and then like, I'll try to plug you. We can try this again.
Listen, man. You know they're gonna
Hey,
be like, "Did you make $1 million?" I'm gonna be like, "No." They're gonna be like, "Get the fuck out of here."
what to know? Tell them you used to know. We'll say you have an operator client. We're gonna do this again.
Well, yeah, yeah. I guess we'll
This
just go
time we
through it
got
again.
this time we'll actually have dude. I have shit rolled out, bro. Not only fleets but
Okay.
delivery vehicles also.
Slow down, bro. We're giving away. People don't need to know what
Oh
we're
shit! Like
actually
I
doing.
said, wait.
Because
Hey,
they'll
for
be
those of y'all
like, we
that
haven't spoken
for
in a
those of
minute.
y'all
I'm like,
that
holy
don't
shit.
know, for those of y'all that don't know, I swear to God, we was hitting the phones trying to get this shit cracking. I don't know, man. It's been a struggle. It's been a
Yeah, it's
struggle,
been
man.
real.
So yeah, it's been a struggle, man. Me and Zoe was really trying to
Yeah,
get this shit
we
in.
actually went to fucking. Who did we went? We went to Alliance.
Bro, it was like Lloyd's of London. Or no. It was who was it? It was the
We went
British
to Alliance, the company who was doing
Allianz.
Alliance.
That's yeah.
Yeah, and they were like, "Nah, that's not us."
I swear to God, man. I'm saying for those of y'all think, look, I'm on some bullshit. When I come on the panels and I talk the shit, no, hell no, I'm not. Lonzo could tell you. I could tell you he's not about bullshit. I'll sign off on that shit. Like, nah, my dude's a real one.
Facts. Listen, man, we've got Adrian back. But yes, behind the scenes, we're working on 10-year plans with
Yes.
multi-billion corporations. Adrian, I'm sure you heard him mention that he and I actually reached out to the Lloyds of London. I actually found the buying department of fucking Yale, the acquisition department, I'm sorry, and spoke to them.
Yes. All of this shit.
Right? Like,
I'm on the phone
we're
with him and
actually
stuff,
working
dude.
on it.
Yeah.
You know,
So
so
I said, look, man, let me take care of some stuff and we'll circle back because this is kind of how things work, right? Maybe we
yeah,
might have been a little too ahead, right? So it's like, all right,
yeah,
dude, we'll circle back to it. Meanwhile, let's get other things, finished up
popping.
here. Yeah, and so we did, dude. All the software, all the bro. Look, there's a brother in the manosphere. You know, Young Grizzly.
I'm not familiar, but I'll
You're
get
not
familiar.
familiar? He's another founding member of the Brain Trust, right? So shout out to the homie Young Grizzly. That's my bro. He writes all of
Okay.
our integrations, dude. All the code,
Wow.
right? He's a dude in the manosphere that teaches this shit. Do people fuck with it? Not really. But you know what? I got him plugged into our shit, dude. Like he's working all the integration
Yeah.
stuff. I'm gonna start brokering like API development work to him. Right,
Damn.
so we have a whole GitHub, bro, full of integrations and shit, dog. Like we're building our whole library out from the software side, the
All
code
right, all
side.
right. Don't give him too much. Don't give him too
Nah,
much.
I don't give a
Listen,
fuck at this point, dog. Well, who's
who's
gonna
like, I
stop
don't
us, bro?
give a fuck.
I don't give
Nobody.
a fuck at this point, dog. Sorry, Adrian. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Me and Zoe, we talking like we on the phone.
Oh
I'm
no,
sorry.
she loves
Let
this
me
shit.
watch my
Listen,
mouth.
Oh, you haven't met me, sir.
I'm just
oh
trying to be
yeah,
respectful.
I can
I was,
potty mouth with the I can potty mouth like you have no idea.
yeah, but that's I try not to do it too much on social media.
But of
yeah.
course,
Yeah. I gotta try to
Don't worry
you
about
have
it.
to
Gary V does
modify
it all
your
the time.
speech on
watch
social
my mouth a
media.
little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, well, it's a presentation thing because what happens. Also, I get a lot of criticism because I do tend to be kind of flippant with my language oftentimes, and then people want to then kind of like shame me for it because they're like, well, you're supposed to be upstanding brother, this that, and you're supposed to be this guy. And I'm like, okay, dude, don't pigeonhole me, okay? Because yeah, I do tech, I wear glasses, all that. I'll whoop your ass. Come with me with some dumb shit. So it's like I am
People
not.
will try to censor you, sir.
Yeah, well, or they'll also get you fucked up, right? By
Yes.
that you actually are as a person, right?
Mhm.
And also misinterpreting what your intentions are, right? Say like in social media. So when you get out in the public, the things that you talk about, you really do need to be a representative, right? You should. And it's the ironic part, people get out in social media and they talk about the things that they talk about. Do you do realize you're saying this shit, right? like wow,
Right.
those words literally came out of your mouth and that's your face, and yeah, there's thousands of you. Interesting.
And what did you say earlier about being intentional?
Yeah, yeah,
Right?
intentional.
Mhm.
Yeah,
That
Yeah,
part.
definitely got to be intentional. You know,
yeah.
the thing is, and here's what I've learned. And so here's the beauty of what was initially started. And things always have a Jekyll and Hyde effect. Look at things like, the Crips and the Bloods, right? It started out as protection and then morphed into something else. So it's the same thing with things like the brain trust that then, got usurped and morphed into other areas. One of the things that was focused on was ways of forms of monetization, um, and forms of growth. And let's be honest, it's pretty successful that these guys are able to have 8-hour shifts of struggle stream circle jerks, right? It's quite amazing, right? And they've been able to sustain it for X amount of years. Um, so there's something to be said for that in the terms of the squeaky wheel getting the oil, because they've
Right.
been the loudest in the room, regardless of image. Now, in the societal media, that particular title does associate with quote unquote misogyny. But we also have to remember that we're in a cancel culture. And I posted a video actually yesterday, and there's another one coming today, which is the opposite. But 15 signs of a low value woman. They're also going to show 15 signs of a high value woman. We're also going to show 15 signs of a high value and low value man. This is from a YouTube website called Alux. So
Yeah.
the
Yes.
yeah, so the mating and dating area is obviously something that is being rapidly monetized. Um,
Yeah, that's the whole thing, right? It's kind of like uh how, and mind you, my bad if it's a little loud. I'm on the scoot right now. Um
Understood.
so it's kind of like tech is also monetized, right? And I would say there's a shit more ton of money in that than in relationship talk. I mean, what is everybody trying to do? Be a guru or something? Like, are they trying to be, or maybe that this is just like I'm saying, like what? I'm thinking, if you're having conversations about relationships and stuff like that, you're doing it to find a fucking resolution, right? I'm like a problem solver by nature, dude. Like problems are made to be solved. Okay. I've been an ardent follower of Albert Einstein when he said that you cannot solve a problem using the same level of intelligence that created it. It's fucking impossible. You cannot. You have to think above the goddamn problem if you want to solve it. So, fundamentally speaking, Jesus Christ, this guy's like driving crazy as shit. Um, Slow down, bro. Uh, so one would fundamentally come to the conclusion that you can't have conversations in bad faith and in bad argument. Okay? And that does not happen with those circle jerk hour shit shows. Right? It doesn't happen. So this is all just literally for money, and I have no, it's just, yeah, it's a fucking waste. Did Adrian drop down again? I just looked at my phone.
Mhm. Yeah, she hopped off.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And listen, I know you're probably about to shake soon yourself, so no problem. But
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to pull up on real quick, Zoe. Holla at you, man. It's been a minute, but shit, bro. A lot of movement, dog.
That's awesome. And, like I said, we'll just go at bat again, man.
Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna dig into like the documents came through, right? So
Mhm.
let me just get some numbers and shit, and I'm gonna shoot them to you, man. We'll hop back on the phone and see if we can link something up. But now I know who is doing theirs. You know what I mean?
Right.
So maybe there's a way, just from a firm standpoint, right?
Yeah.
Give us access to that same line we were trying to get from who's that, Lloyd's or whoever the fuck, Allianz.
Allianz.
Yeah, maybe they have the same type of line, you know.
Yeah. Well, what it
So,
is international, because they're saying that it wasn't who I reached out to was the USA.
uh huh.
So they're saying that they didn't do it. It might be one of their international companies
Oh,
with the
okay.
same name.
With the same name, got it.
So basically, it's still them, but it's not them, right? Well, you
Uh
understand
huh.
international
Yeah,
commerce.
yeah.
So
Yeah, because it's similar to us, dude. You have our main Pacific Rides company, and then there's another one that literally just handles rideshare operations.
yeah,
Right. Same names, two separate companies. Right. And we're about to do another delivery and logistics. I think we'll change the name on that one though. We'll do something a little different.
yeah.
Yeah. But yeah. But bro, hey man, I appreciate the chop up, dog. It's been a minute, man. It's been a pleasure, fam.
Not a doubt. Pleasure, brother. Listen, thank you for coming up.
Yep. And keep
I'm
up
going
the
to
good
talk
work,
about
fam. You out here doing good shit, bro. Just from me to you, man.
no doubt, brother.
All right, bro. So yeah, let's get up. All right.
No doubt. Hit me up,
All right.
man. Be dangerous
We'll
out
do.
there.
Hey man, you already know. I'll get at you.
Peace. She says Alliance is the best. Yeah, Alliance is one of the best. CJB as a circle jerk power shit show. Yeah, unfortunately, that's the type of stuff we end up dealing with. And listen, nothing wrong at all with voicing your opinion. I'm completely objective. So, at the same time, like I said, simultaneously, I was watching The Pink Pill. It ain't like there's nothing to complain about with women, right? We've just encountered 2 incidences of that earlier, right? But how did I tell the dude to handle it? Yo, dude, just walk away. Just walk away. Because now if you bust her ass, which you have the right to do, you're in the wrong. And somebody's going to come fight you. And I'm eating a peach. This shit is so damn juicy. So I'm sorry, y'all. I need wipes because this peach is all over my face. Because this man, actually, if there's any mods in the chat, can you share the Black Brain Trust channel? Make sure y'all share his channel, the Black Brain Trust. They're an awesome group. It's a group of progressive black men who actually want to do some things. All right, Complex got it in there. You know, I'm sorry, y'all. This peach is the shit. Mm. I'm trying to be more like just like a fruit and vegetable diet, but I have to be careful because I can't digest that much fiber. At any rate, so guys, we need to look at a 10-year plan. This is why we can't really worry ourselves too much in the moment with these women. If you're looking at a 10-year plan, you want to look at, okay, is this woman going to be worth the next 10 years of my life. Right? Just because she got a fat ass and a slim waist and a pretty face and long fucking hair that you paid for to look this way this week doesn't mean that, she's an ideal woman to spend the next 10 years with. Right? She may be a nightmare. She may have some low value qualities. Right? All sorts of different things are plausible, right? And you never know what's what. So at the end of it, you're going to feel some kind of way or not. Now, what I should do is hop on my computer to be able to show numbers. But like I said, that's part of the love-hate relationship, right? Because even though they are circle jerk power shit shows, a man has the right to express his feelings. Here's my problem. There's a bit too much dick policing. I really don't care what these dudes are doing. You shouldn't either. If you're a true manosphere man, you really don't give a fuck what these guys are doing with their dicks. Right? Now, there's one guy, I think his name is Glendon Cameron, who went online and was saying all sorts of horrendous shit about underage children. End of the day, nobody cares. Nobody wanted to hear that shit. That's the problem, sir. If you have just let it be, you do what you do behind closed doors, don't nobody know, don't nobody judge. But when you're out here broadcasting what you're doing and it's some horrendous shit, don't be surprised if you catch some backlash. I want Doritos, but we only have Cheetos. And we'll have this cup of applesauce. So, it doesn't matter what these men are doing with their members, with their tools. If they want to pay money, let them pay money. We pay money for way worse things, right? And, at the same time, what's wrong with the woman receiving money for it? Hey, if she wants to receive money for selling her body, all the more power to you. It really ain't none of our business. Now, if we're talking about starting families, that's where the problem comes into play. Because you can't encourage you guys to not love a woman, this, that, and the third, and then expect there to be families. Right? Complex came up here. He's a single man, but he lost his wife. Right? And he just said, if I could go back in time and put a 10-year plan together before my daughter was born, that would have made sense. Not saying I'm not happy with what it is now, because like he said, that's what he and his wife were setting up for, and then she unfortunately passed. Right? But imagine had they not had a plan in place. Like he said, he had the life insurance, he received the proceeds, and he was able to take that and rebuild the life for he and his daughter, who have both just experienced this devastating loss. So it's not just, I don't have a wife and kids, because one day you might, right? So think of it like this. Since we're talking on the dating and mating space. Now I don't have a wife, I don't have a kids. Why do I need life insurance? Are you going to have a wife and kids one day? Yeah, so then one day when I have a wife and kids, I'll get it. Okay. Kevin Samuels had 2 wives. Right? He got divorced twice. He didn't get life insurance. He didn't put together a financial plan. Know how we know? Because right when he got rich and worth $4 million, he died on a prostitute, allegedly. And then we saw his funeral, and it wasn't some lavish funeral. Now, that does not mean that he didn't leave proceeds to his family. We don't know what the fuck they got. That might have been a final expense policy that was just to pay $25,000 for a funeral. Don't judge a book by its cover. A funeral is only supposed to be so expensive. The problem is shopping for a funeral is very emotional. So they jack up the price. Why does a dead person need a casket with comfy pillows? Oh, you want your grandfather to be comfortable when he's resting. The motherfucker dead now. He done got stuffed with newspaper at the funeral home. They split your body open. They drain out all your bodily fluids. And then they stuff it with newspaper and sew you back up. That's why your chest is inflated when they bury you in an open casket. They take out all your organs. You think you die with your organs? I don't want to be an organ donor. Okay. How are you going to know? Who's going to check? Is your family going to be like, hey, I have to be there at the embalming place because we need to talk to our lawyer to make sure that, but that's what they'll tell the insurance guy. I need to talk to my lawyer to make sure this shit is right. But when it's time to embalm and your guy is like, I'm against organ donor. I don't ever want to donate my organs. Do you go to the crematorium and, or not the crematorium, but the mortician and be like, I need to see you embalm this body because I need to make sure that you don't remove the organs. Oh, you don't? Oh, so they probably just remove everybody's organs and donate them? Like, as normal practice? Because who's going to check? It's not like there's a government authority running around. This guy died. Was he an organ donor? Nope. Okay, well, then you can't take his organs. This guy died. Yeah, he's an organ donor. Check. You think they're actually checking your license to see if you're an organ donor or not? No, they're going to look at the condition of your organ and donate that motherfucker. And if you think they don't sell it on the black market, ha 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 ha. But we don't think in plans of decades. Let me tell you something. The Louisiana Purchase, fuck the Louisiana Purchase. The Panama Canal. When do we sell the Panama Canal back? 2000. It was during Bush administration. It was either like 02 or 04. It might have been 2000. But our forefathers said, yeah, no. We want this money, and we're going to stretch it out until the year 2000. Now, this was like in 1800 something. This was way before fucking Y2K theories was even a fucking twinkle in the eye of anything. This was before the fucking telephone. Right? But they're like, okay, we're going to sell this back to you in the year 2000. But until then, we're going to guarantee money for us, our kids' kids, their kids. You're talking over 200 years. If the average age is 50, right? So that's my kids, my grandkids, their kids, and their kids. That's 4 generations ahead that they're thinking. 4 generations. Right? Meanwhile, we'd be like, I can't wait to get my outfit for the weekend. Or if it's some ratchet bitch, my outfit, ALPHET, this outfit fire. My ass fat. That ass is fat. Yes. A nigga will trick off on that ass. And then throw your ass back. What 50 Cent said? Drop that bitch back off in the hood. I'm too rich for the bitch. I'm too rich for the bitch. I'm too rich for the bitch. Drop that hoe back off in the hood. I'm too rich for the bitch. I'm too rich for the bitch. See, that's where y'all niggas need to be at. But y'all ain't even got y'all money right to where y'all can stunt and not give a fuck about a bitch. That's why y'all having these 8-hour circle jerks, right? Yeah, I'm talking all kinds of cash shit. I'm not talking orthodox. And guess what? I don't care because you guys love Gary Vanderchuck. He says fuck shit, damn fuck all day, bitch, hoe all day. Right? He said, how come you say vulgar things? He said, because it's passion, it's sentence enhancements, as Adrian would say. What do I mean when I say sentence enhancements? Well, there's a difference when you say, I really care about my employees versus I give a fuck about my employees, right? If you actually give a fuck about your employees, that's a little different than, oh yeah, I really care about my employees. Why? Because if you care about your employees, what happens? Hey guys, we had a great quarter. And because we had this great quarter, we're going to go ahead and we're going to throw a quarterly pizza party. Do you want pepperoni or pineapples? Right? That's a company that cares about their employees. Company that gives a fuck about their employees going to be like, yo, hey, listen, guys, we had a great quarter. Check it out. Everybody's going to get a bonus, an extra $300 in their paycheck. If you want pizza, you can buy more than what we spent on the little pizzas that you had that one day at lunch for work. Half of y'all got indigestion and can't even eat the pizza. Half of y'all don't eat meat and we got bacon pizza. The other half don't eat pork, and again, we got bacon pizza. So, do you want a company that cares about you? Or would you prefer a company that gives a fuck about you? I think I'd give a company that gives a fuck about me, that when they say, hey guys, we had a great quarter. Yeah, we care about you. Here's a pizza party. And everybody's been through that. Whether you work at Target, whether you work at Target corporate, whether you work in loss prevention, whether you work in sales, whether you work for the federal government. Yeah, guys, we care about you. We're going to give you some pizza. I worked for a company that initially, before they got as large as they were, kind of actually gave a fuck about their employees. These were some young Russian guys. One of them name was Arsen Libanov. And they created the company National Debt Relief. Their office is still on 11 Broadway, New York, 10001. How do I know? Because I worked there. I was with them when they had their first $50 million month. Now, again, these were 20-something-year-old white guys who had ass loads of money, and their company just made $50 million in 1 month. So they had a party. Now, they didn't just have any old party. Yeah, they got us pizza and all kinds of catered food from around the financial district in Manhattan. Because, again, we were on 11 Broadway. So, at that time in 2013, and here's the funny part. In 2013, while I was working at National Debt Relief as a fledgling company, that's when I first met the first manosphere, the nigga who coined the term hair-headed hooligans, Tommy Sotomayor. Now, did I know he was going to come to Brooklyn and get beat up by Q-Butter and them? And by the way, Q-Butter didn't beat him up, but some affiliates of him did. No, I didn't. Did I know that I was actually affiliated with Q-Butter and this nigga Tommy Sotomayor and all these famous YouTube ass niggas was going to be involved? No, because I do work behind the scenes. If you ask this nigga Q-Butter, I've been to this nigga's house, to this man's spot. We talk behind the scenes, no cameras. Anybody who knows me from Facebook and knows my man's Kyle, who has the Malcolm X experience. He came to New York handing out flyers, this, that, and the third. I'm there, no cameras. I don't need the fanfare. See, when you actually bout that shit, you don't care about them fucking cameras. You understand the value of being in front of the camera, because I understand the value of being in front of the camera. But here's the thing. The stuff in front of the camera was always the camera's stunt. It wasn't the work that was being done. The work that's being done is behind the scenes. You've just heard that Allianz, which is an insurance company, so no, she didn't misspell my name saying Alonzo was the best. Allianz is an insurance company that me and Complex Design, behind the scenes, went to work on. What ended up happening was Complex came to me and was like, look, I'm doing this, that, and the third. I need you to ba. And I'm like, okay, I need X, Y, and Z. So he gave me certain information. And when I took that information, we went and we shopped around for insurance. Now, this isn't just regular insurance. This is business insurance. Now, business insurance on certain levels is not as easy as just calling up a local State Farm agent, right? When you're talking about things like municipalities. This is why you also heard us mention not only Allianz, but Lloyd's of London. Because we're talking about high ticket, like millions of dollars a month are they paying in premium. Not just hundreds of thousands, but millions. Right? So that ends up being a particular situation. When you have millions of dollars a month going into a policy, right? Motherfuckers ain't just super fast to do stuff. So even when I reached out to them, they was like, did you make $1 million yourself? And I was like, no. And they was like, all right, then call us later when you got $1 million yourself. And I was like, really? And they was like, yeah, no, we're not even trying to worry about what you're doing if you haven't made yourself $1 million. So it was difficult to deal with, but they actually turned us away because I didn't personally make $1 million selling insurance. And they was like, nope, we're not even going to talk to you unless you personally made $1 million. And I'm like, well, hold on. I have a multi-million dollar deal right here. And it was like, yeah, no, we don't care. You didn't make $1 million yet. So we know you probably do have a multi-million dollar, but we don't care. We want you to have made $1 million first, and then we'll take your multi-million dollar deal. Because we don't want you to fumble a bunch of millions of dollars that we're about to give you. So go make $1 million and call us back. And that's what we're dealing with Allianz right now. Because I haven't made, and they're not talking about $1 million in your career. They mean $1 million in 1 year. So it's not as easy as, oh, well, over the course of the last 25 years, I sold $52,000 worth of insurance a year. So I sold $1 million. No. Did you make $1 million in the last 12 months? No? Oh, well, when you make $1 million in the last 12 months, call us. Until then, we don't know what you're talking about. Then I went directly to them and was like, look, y'all niggas did it with this company. And you know what they said? They was like, nah, that wasn't us. That must have been somebody else who used our exact same name, logo, and phone number. But that wasn't us. So, did you make $1 million? Nah, that wasn't us. All right. And that's how Allianz operated. Now, if I tell you the scale of the business that Complex is working on, and again, a lot of people have worked with me behind the scenes, or at least spoken to me behind the scenes. And with that being said, it means that you guys are privy to know that I've dealt with these large numbers because I've dealt with large numbers with you. So, speaking of $1 million is not something that is outside of the realm of what I've done. Now, earning $1 million in 1 year is outside of the realm of something I've done. I ain't make $1 million yet. I ain't make $1 million over my career yet. You gotta make $100,000 a year for 10 years to have made $1 million. So no, I'm not there yet, but I'll get there. Now, back to this 10-year plan. We already have a gentleman who was in a position to bring himself up from the life insurance because he put a 10-year plan together. So when I hear you gentlemen talking about not wanting to have a 10-year plan, or I hear you gentlemen talking about things like, yeah, I'm going to get into real estate, and you don't understand what it takes to actually get into real estate, it becomes frustrating because I can literally show you with, and I'm going to be, again, very vulgar. Again, you know who else is vulgar? Gary V. But he gets his point across. Right? For what you trick off on pussy a month, and let's keep it funky, it ain't $40, right? Because everybody's balling, right? And if you balling, dropping $40 on a chick is no good. That's not a quality chick, right? And since we got bread, right? Everybody's got bread because everybody's making millions of dollars off of crypto. As far as I know, oh, the dudes I'm with is coming up. You know why? Because they're gambling. They don't understand percentages. I put in $1,000 and the next day I had $58 more. Okay. That's actually astronomical earnings, but is somebody going to buy that entire $58 from you, or did you just come up $58? Oh, I just agreed at $58. All right. Great job. How long are you, what's your exit strategy? Oh, well, I'm going to let it build up a little bit and then I'm going to cash out because it's going to the moon. Okay. When is it projected to go to the moon? Because NASA had a plan for when they was going to go to the moon. NASA figured out that when the rocket goes off, it's going to take X amount of months for us to go X amount of light years from the planet Earth to this place that we've never been, which is the moon. So they're going to need X amount of supplies in terms of food to sustain themselves while they're in space. It's not like they just sent these motherfuckers to the moon. Right? They had a plan when they went to the moon. Because again, it's not like they went on a fucking flight across the country that's only going to be 5 hours. It took them 5 hours to get out of Earth's atmosphere. Right? Then it probably takes like 3 months to get from. In fact, I got to go to Google. I'm going to Google this. How long does it take to fly to the moon? Oh, okay. It's not that terrible. It's only a 3-day trip. Their first time, they had to guess out how much this takes. So apparently in 1969, The first crew, it took 4 days, 6 hours, and 45 minutes. So it takes 4 days to fly to the moon. So again, even in that, planning for decades, not days, if it took 4 days for them to get and fly to the moon, they had to make sure to have a way for them to get there, fly there, land there safely, right? That's one thing. But you can't send motherfuckers out for 3 whole days without food. And this is 3 days in the aircraft before they land. Right? So this is 3 days before they land. Right? So when they land, they're also going to need food and water. And as they're traveling, they're also going to need food and water and things of that to sustain themselves. They're going to have to do things like go to the bathroom. Again, over the course of 3 days. So this type of shit had to be planned for. You couldn't just fucking fly to the moon. Like your Dogecoin that's going to fly to the moon. Like your Bitcoin that's going to fly to the moon. Like your recent Forex trade. Man, I'm dipping and pipping. Okay. Yeah, really? Yeah, you just got to catch it at the force stop and then let the force be with you. And then Mace Windu. That's what you sound like. Do you have your securities license to do this? No. Oh. But see, when I talk about things like indexing with insurance, well, what credentials do you have to? Oh, why? Because it sounds like something that's actually real, and it don't sound like a 22-year-old kid tells you he made $100,000. Come on, it sounds nice, but I've actually worked on Wall Street where 23-year-old kids do make $100,000. I'm not diminishing that you can do that with all sorts of things, all sorts of day trading. But that's some stressful shit. And it's not sustainable. That's again like, oh, I'm going to sell this here kilo of cocaine. It's not sustainable. And so it becomes a difficulty to not have planned for that decade. Like, as simple as it is to just put a plan together. Because there's this one kid that I spoke to. I think his name is Game. And he was, he's this fucking dude who won't say like the word pussy, I guess, because it's, not allowed on YouTube. They might demonetize your channel if you say pussy. Or if you say rape. Listen, you know what? You guys are too fucking soft. You're worried about your channel monetization because you don't have anything to offer the world. Oh, pussy. Oh, say grape. No, I'm not. You know why? Because what's more fucked up than the word rape is somebody actually living through the condition of being raped. You know what's fucked up? You know what feels better than the word pussy? Actually getting some pussy. But he goes, Alonzo, how retarded would I be to plan for a wife and kids that I don't have yet? Wait. Well, you planned for this whole fucking day trip with your man Theo Waff, which was a 4-day trip where y'all was supposed to talk about some shit. And again, I don't give a fuck what you do with your dick, but don't come all over the place on it. He says, I'm on the playback since I came late, but supporting the consigliere stream. Salute to all. Salute, Giogami. You can watch live or the playback, whichever, because I've been going for a hot minute now. So, I'm probably going to hop off soon because I really don't like to do 3 and 4 hour streams. I like to get in, say what I say, and be out. That's just kind of how I get down. Yeah, I'm tight. I can't share my screen because I would share some numbers with y'all on this shit. But Toya, what's going on? Yeah, I'm just sitting here with about my love-hate relationship with the space. I do think there is just a bit much dick policing going on, and I think stuff like that needs to stop, right? So, like, I know people like Sir Ism came to, and I'm all over the place, and there's a lot of, again, the Black Manosphere shouldn't be a bad thing because its original intent was to be a space where Black men could come voice our opinions, similar to the barbershop, but then it turned into too many circle jerks, right? And too many 4 hour long circle jerks. What we need to do is come up with a 10-year plan. Edward Anderson said it so eloquently yesterday. He said, Alonzo, we're looking at your stuff here, but stuff like this, this is a long-term play. And niggas don't give a fuck about that right now. And he wasn't saying it disrespectfully, right? He was saying it in the manner that it's, you gotta, he wasn't like, niggas don't give a fuck about that. I understand what he meant, right? But it's not a slight or a diss, right? But he's voicing that right now dude's mind is so clouded with other shit that they can't wrap their brain around it, right? And so it's a difficult concept for them to grasp, right? It's like, I don't see the importance of it, right? And the reason they don't see the importance of it because they don't understand looking 10 years ahead, because they can't look 10 years ahead, right? If they could, they would, but they can't seem to look that 10 years ahead, right? When they do get the chance, maybe they will look that 10 years ahead. But it takes older men like BGS, like Dr. T. Hassan Johnson, like Dr. Ronald Neal, like Green Gorilla, right? For us to go ahead and actually do something and tell these younger men, hey, listen, because it's very disheartening when I have someone BGS's age who's fucking in his 60s, or someone like Black Uru who's a CPA ready to retire or not, brother. If you're a fucking CPA, you work in financial services, why wouldn't it behoove you to, instead of worrying about these women and your fucking daughter's issues, why wouldn't it behoove you to come up here and say, hey, brother, I'm ready to get out of the game. Let me introduce you to my book of business, like these fucking white guys do. But y'all niggas is too busy circle jerking, making young niggas think, woe is me. And to be honest, I don't care if you're circle jerking. That's your dick. But come out of the circle jerk every once in a while and slap us with some, hey, let me put y'all young brothers on game. Let me give you my book of business. I'm done. I'm good. I'm not doing that shit no more. But let me point the next brother in the right direction. Why? Because he's not your son? He didn't come from your loins? He's also not fucking Pookie and Ray Ray up under this ratchet mama that you seem to think he has, that you're afraid of. Because the bitch reminds you of your own mama. So instead of worrying about that, pass down some gems to the younger generation. Hey, bro, listen. Black Uru, you took the CPA exam one time and passed. Do you know how rare that is? Do you know how valuable you could be to black men? Talk about black male agency. That's fucking agency, sir. Passing down some shit to another black man that's on these fucking streams with you. Hey, man, I know these bitches are terrible. Guess what? Get yourself together. If you want to travel and go fuck bitches, cool. But let me show you how to really do it. Hey, I'm a CPA. I passed the exam the first time. Here's what you do. Da 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 da. Why always? Because I don't give a fuck about the white man. I'm a black man. I'm pro-black. I'm not anti anything, but I'm pro-black. Just like the leader of the KKK is pro-white. He ain't anti anything else. I'm pro-black. I ain't anti anything else. So at this point, it ain't about the white guy. White guys got they shit. This is about black guys getting our shit. You don't like it? Deuces. So, as I was saying, in terms of passing down to another black man, you could be like, hey, young brother, let me pass this down to you. Just like the white guys do to the other white guys, or the Asian guys do to the other Asian guys, or the Latino guys do to the other Latino guys, or the Russian guys do to the other Russian guys. Like I said, my man Arsen Libanov. Or the Jewish guys do to the other Jewish guys, or the Indian guys do to the other Indian guys, or the real African Americans, because they're actually from the country of Africa and have dual citizenship in America, like Elon Musk do, and pass it down to other real African Americans who are citizens of South Africa and the United States of America. Because, see, African American in Black America is 3 continents. The continent of Africa, because you don't call you don't call them a Cameroonian American. You don't call them a Zimbabwean American. You call them African Americans. But see, y'all don't hear me though. So again, you could pass down to another brother, hey, I passed the CPA exam once, and I've reached out to you a multitude of times, Black Uru. Behind the scenes on Roger's panel, I've given you my email, I've given you my phone number. You can't even reach out to a brother, but you could talk on these panels for 4 hours. You see, I don't mind calling you out. The only one who will probably come up and speak is BGS and be like, well, hey, this is how you feel? Okay. He'll have that dialogue. That's probably the only one that I know that will have dialogue with people who disagree. Right? Because he said it himself. He said, listen, because somebody was going up there killing them about basically listening to me. And he was like, listen, if you want to talk about insurance and all that shit, then go create your own fucking space. Point taken. I'm not mad at you. I thought this was a space for that was created for black men to do that. So there's all veins of this shit. And the reality of it is, if you're a black man in America, in front of the camera right now, or doing the stream, society sees you as Black Manosphere. No matter what the fuck you're talking about. Now, yes, there are some people who aren't lumped into it completely because they've made their presence prior to. But pretty much since 2020, if you're a black YouTuber, you're Manosphere. Just kind of is what it is what you got lumped into. Right? So now, when, again, the black man asks for his own shit, somebody else has to be included. But again, Black Uru strikes, then actually put the fucking hammer to work, Black Uru. Actually use those skills and abilities you have, Black Uru. Pass that shit down, Black Uru, if you don't want to fucking do it yourself. But there's a bunch of young brothers in here who are trying to be in the financial services world because a certified public accountant is a fucking financial services field. And I'll just give you a tip, sir. I'm not the type to dox, and I'll give this tip to everyone. But again, I do know what LexisNexis is, and I have very close affiliations with the federal government. So please don't try me. At any rate, look what can simply be done. He says, anytime you have to put manosphere in the topic, you finally can reach the people you need to reach. Deezen, what's good, man? Right? Hey, listen, I got the manosphere in the topic, and I'm reaching the people I'm reaching. It is what it is. Again, we all really come to YouTube for escapism. So yes, I'm a little bit mad, but when I have people like Deezen, who's 26, right? And what are we all saying? Because these men are all saying the same fucking thing. Back in the day, because these women, what Kevin Samuels wants the newest model. So he wants the 26-year-old woman. So he's competing with the 26-year-old man. Well, here's what you don't got, Kevin Samuels. You don't look like this young man. So physically, you ain't appealing. You got a dad bod. Deezen's got a six-pack. Deezen knows the latest music that these chicks listen to. She don't want to listen to boom, ba-dum, boom, 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 ba-dum, in the spotlight. Bitch, I'm trying to shake my ass. I'm 22. What the fuck is you talking about? Your happy ass can't even grind on me right. But you got a lot of money, nigga. So yeah, I'm going to make you pay for it. And if you got paper like that, you really ain't too concerned with paying for it. Listen, I've been there, done that. Bought the t-shirt, brought it back. Right? So you pay for what you pay for. You do what you do. I'm about to make me some potatoes and diced onions. Well, potatoes and peppers and onions. I'm trying to, I might put some turkey meat in there too. Yeah, let's do it. Take these peppers, these onions. So, yeah, it's lunchtime, y'all. I need to have myself something to eat. I should get this tuna, but he said it's a trick culture attached to it. Yeah, it is a trick culture, right? But ain't nothing wrong with tricking if you got it. But you got to make sure to put yourself in a position to got it, right? And a lot of these guys have not been in position to got it. Again, like I said, I have a client who is a travel bro, and he's not worried about trick culture. Here's the problem. A lot of these guys are promoting game or tricking. Here's what my client is doing, and this is why it's not trick culture. You see, he has a 10-year plan. No, tricking is tricking. Tricking is tricking. This gentleman is not tricking. You see, when you have money, you understand the difference between tricking and enjoying yourself. Here's what's called enjoying yourself. When you have money and you're enjoying yourself, if there are people there with you and you're spending money and those people are there with you, they get to enjoy what you're enjoying for the fact that they are there with you. So it's not you're tricking for their attention. It's, hey, I'm having a good time. You're here. Have a good time with me. Right? Young investor, what's going on, brother? So that's not tricking. Like I said, we set up with this gentleman a plan. Right now, he's 40 years old. In 10 years, when he's 50, he's going to stop paying into this life insurance policy. But we also put $500,000 away this year. So next year, out of his own pocket, this $500,000 that he put away is going to, because it is gaining interest, he can take 10% out annually. This is an annuity, young investor. So he's going to take what's called a systematic withdrawal. You should look that up. Systemic withdrawal. Okay, so with that systemic withdrawal, and see, these are the gentlemen whose age I'm talking about who need to be getting manosphere game, right? You see how I'm passing game down to young investor? He works for Charles Schwab. I'm teaching him shit, so when he's sitting in front of the client that got breastfed to Brad, the little white boy, and he's a young black gentleman who's trying to excel and doesn't see a bunch of gentlemen who look like him in the office, even freaking cold calling, he then cannot have the confidence to know, hey, somebody here got my back or is going through what I'm going through. He is the token black guy in the office. 9 times out of 10. There might be some other black guys, but I promise you, if they came in and there's like 20 reps, 17 of them don't look like him. And that's ironic. I got 17 people tuned in. Right? I'm just keeping it all the way 1,000. So now if I'm spitting some game to him, he can go ahead and be like, hey, I know about a qualified distribution. I know about this. I know about a systemic withdrawal. So when he's sitting in front of the client with money and he's trying to manage their money, and this other guy is going to charge a lower 2 and 20 fee because he's not going to charge 2 and 20, right? This guy has a $5 million net worth, so you're going to charge, 1%, right? But in all these scenarios, we're looking at situations where he's up against the wall. And brothers like Black Uru can go ahead and spoon feed us. He said, I hate us being the tokens like the South Park cartoon. Yeah, hey, token. They literally call the motherfucking token. But yet I got people in here who are going, why just black? Why not white? Because a white guy don't get called token. Right? And again, let's talk about the N-word. Y'all niggas is so stupid, you think nigga is the N-word that they don't want to call us. It's neighbor that they don't want to call you. That's the joke. And you niggas get offended. You called me nigger. Yes, because they didn't want to call you neighbor. Neighbor. But at any rate, think about it, man. I'm trying to pass down game. So again, we set up this systematic withdrawal. Hopefully he'll tune in soon. If he tunes in, he'll come up and tell y'all. So again, he puts away $500,000 with me, right? Because here's what happened. So first, he bought a life insurance policy from me at $1,000 a month. And then he decided that he didn't want to pay $1,000 a month for his whole life. So we set it up so that he's only going to pay $1,000 a month for 10 years, from the age of 40 to 50. And we can do this at younger ages, but I'm going to also be putting, more of those financial videos together to show you our strategies. I don't know if you saw, young investor, I put in the other video, I do write business for Prudential. Like, I got the big name companies, but I don't use them because most people that I work with can't afford to go into Prudential. Most people that are on YouTube talking these ETFs and shit that you be talking about, young investor, damn good and well they couldn't come into your Schwab office with $20,000. And if you come into the Schwab office right now with these guys that you're working with and be like, I got somebody with $25,000, it better be your mom or your dad or your little brother or your little sister or something. It better not be your client who you've prospected for. They're going to be like, you're not coming with hundreds of thousands of dollars, or unless it's like a rollover of their 401k or something, then yeah, you can come in with a little 25 racks. But that's starting kit money. Bro, I was up here with Mace Taggart, the sports experience, in a Discord group with 5 grown-ass men ages almost 50 years old talking about we got an investment club. Young investor, I said to these dudes, oh, y'all got an investment club? Listen, rock with me. I'll start easy with y'all, just $50,000, $10,000 each, right? These niggas was like, whoa, what are you talking about? That's big money. I said, yo, I'll drop my pants for y'all. We'll start with $10,000. That's $2,000 each. These are 50-year-old fucking black men talking shit on fucking line all day, but these fucking 5 black men couldn't come up with $2,000 a piece. Are you kidding me? Young investors supposed to look up to that. See, that's why we bad chase with Anton Daniels. Because had I said, hey, Anton, I need $50,000. He'd have been like, oh, cut the check. Yeah, Toya, I might have to call out names. May still owes me $100. May still owes me $100. What's going on in that chain? What's going on, broke genius? Mace owes me $100 because we made a bet last football season that because Wentz went to the Indianapolis Colts, I said they suck. They're not even going to make they're not going to win the division. He's like, they're going to win the division. They didn't make the playoffs. So I waited till after the Super Bowl, and then I cash at him. I said, hey, $100, what went wrong? And then I came online multitudes of times and said nothing about it because I wasn't trying to bring that shit up. Because I was like, well, on some man shit, we'll just handle this shit behind the scenes. Because I'm a grown-ass man. So I figure it's a little $100 bet. Maybe the nigga fell on some hard times. I get it. No biggie. Right? But then we go ahead and we go online. I'm on his page. My usual, hey, salute. Babe, do we have any potatoes cut up or do I need to cut up no potatoes? Son of a bitch. All right, so let me finish that bag. Well, yeah, these are the last two. I'm going to open this bag. Well, yeah, well, I can make a couple of those, yeah. But I think I'm going to make them my way, so no. Thank you. Yes, I'm yelling at niggas still. So, yeah, man, he's at this point where I'm like, damn, son. He's like, yeah, don't worry, Lonzo, I'll pay you back. I was like, bro, I didn't even say shit about it. I wasn't even trying to, mess around with that. But then, boom, here he goes. Oh, yeah, hey, man, I'm going to get it back to you. I'm like, all right, cool. Bro, it's almost the next football season. Right? I'm not worried about that $100, and I wasn't trying to fry dude up at all. But, I mean, come on, son. Like, let the truth be told. And Mace ain't a dude who sits around on these circle jerks, right? He brings people up on their channels and everything. He brings Toya up often, right? So, no, I'm not mad about the 100. I don't even care about it. If he gives it to me, cool. If he don't, it's not the end of the world. It's the principle of the shit. It's the masculinity of the shit. Because men aren't keeping their word, and it's on little shit like $100. And then I got grown-ass men in their 50s talking about they're in an investment club, and you can't pay a nigga $100 on your word, but you want me and these niggas online to believe you're in a fucking investment club? The minimum investment is $10,000, which equals $834 a month. You could say, yo, listen, man, I know we had that bet. Because here's what's even worse. I was like, well, if I lose the bet, I will send you $1. When we had the bet, I sent him $1 via Cash App. So at least you could do is be like, oh, well, you must got money. That's why you sent the $1 because it's on the principle of $2. And you sent it in. Oh, perfect timing. So we've got the gentleman right here who gave $500,000 to me of his own money. Well, he didn't give it to me. I wish he did. But he put away $500,000 of his own money with me. So.
Right. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you perfect.
Okay.
Actually, I'm about to start chopping up these potatoes so I can make my meal. And I got a watermelon, too.
Oh, nice.
Like, I don't know if you heard earlier, I was just eating on a peach, but I do need like protein and stuff. So anyway, so what happened again? So actually, I was telling that story before I went off on Mace. So he purchased the policy at $1,000 a month. And we're like, you know what? I don't want to pay $1,000 a month. What do I have to do to cut that premium? And we're like, oh, you just need to pay, it was like $19,877 or something. And I tell him the number, and you know what he does? He says these words. Okay. Gasp. See, this is what we're talking about when we say a 10-year plan. I just told this man, hey, you got to pay 20 grand. Right. And he goes, okay. Right. There's no humming. Wait, I got to think about this. I got to ask my lawyer. I got to ask my mama. No. Okay. Because he understands that it fits into his 10-year plan. Do you want to go ahead and expound on it while I cut up a couple of potatoes?
Yeah. What's up? You hear me clearly? Everything's good, right?
Yeah, you're nice and loud, actually. You got what kind of mic is that?
Oh, this is I think it's a SMB Shure 77. I think that's the model number of it. It's like a pretty standard professional.
It's like a studio mic.
Yeah. I'm in the studio right now, actually. But I got it running through like a really professional preamp. So it makes the sound like I put like my own like compressors on it, EQs to make it sound like a certain way.
Exactly. So actually, this is what I was saying. With your plan, his plan doesn't involve having or not having a woman, right? When he goes and has fun, it's to go and have fun. If there are women there and they partake in the fun, then hey, all the more power to them. But he's not going there for the purpose of women. And this was what the conversation was on Edward Anderson's panel. And that's kind of where I was at. Now, today I am being a little dick policey, right? I could call a spade, but realistically, that's one of the major problems, right? The other major problem is broke niggas and shiny belt buckles, which I think is what you have an issue with, correct? Mal? I don't know if he fell off. What? Oh, shit. Well, until he comes back.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I was just making sure my audio is cool. You can hear me? Everything's clear?
Yeah, no, you perfect, bro.
Okay, all right. I'm present.
So I was saying that, a lot of the issue is, again, that guys are getting dick policed, and that shouldn't happen. What should happen is we should be worried about, okay, look, this guy is showing you guys the way to make paper, right? He's working his job. He's paying into his retirement. He got a life insurance policy that has nothing to do with wife and kids. But if he gets them, guess what? He's prepared. If he doesn't have them, guess what? He's prepared, right? So that's all that we're saying is set up a plan so that, you can have some things for yourself regardless.
Yeah.
So now you can go ahead if you want to tell them like how we set up everything for you.
I guess with the whole life policy first. Originally, we set it up. What was it like? It was over $1,000 at first. And I was cool with that. That's when we initially met.
First of all, when I told him the price, he was like, okay. That's why I was like, yo, this guy, what? Okay. Because I've spoken to guys in this space before who are like Ramil the Radical. And, he's talking about having all this money and pumping and dumping, yet $1,000 a month seems like a big bill on your life insurance. Like if you got mad money, then $1,000 a month on life insurance, even if it's a term policy, should get you multiple millions of dollars of protection, which if you guys have all the money that we're talking we have, we should be wanting multiple millions of dollars of protection because we got all this money from this $500 real estate we bought, according to Ramil.
Yeah, like
I'm sorry.
And that's why when I usually come into spaces, a lot of people don't know me. And that's cool. Like I'm not like popular per se. However, I do get on a lot of spaces and I do hop on a lot of lines because the people that know, they know. And one of the things that I'm known for is, my travels in Colombia and what I do, and more importantly, the receipts that I show. Because a lot of times you'll and I'm gonna fix that in the future. But you'll see a lot of guys just doing podcasts from their room from these different countries, which is cool. It's cool to have like a home base. Um, but what I would like to bring to that is the element of showing the additional receipts outside of the room, like the restaurants, the people that you interact with, um, things of that nature. So what was I gonna say? So yeah, so the whole life policy was over 1,000. It could have been 1,200. I don't remember the exact number, but it was over $1,000.
I think
We
it was like
initially did that.
1350.
And that was going well. It was no problem. And it was like additional. The reason why I like the policy because it had life benefits. It wasn't just for when you die. And I didn't have to pay it for the rest of my life, which was another good thing. Later on, opportunities arose where we could, through a sale of real estate, invest that money into an
Wait, you
annuity
mean you
because at
mean
the
the
time
Yeah, we hear
the
you, D's.
interest
Hold on.
rates were about to double. And I really didn't have an interest in jumping right back into the real estate market where the last property I closed at, I was basically at 2.65%. And it literally doubled. So you were looking at 4% and greater, best case scenario. And so that to me, I didn't really care for that. So I say, you know what, I'll exit this bubble, but I want to put this money into something that's gonna basically make it disappear, but still build interest. And so that's when Alonzo suggested that we go with the annuity. And I was like, cool, let's go. So like um and so like I'm always on other panels and I'm listening to people, they say things like, and I make fun of it sometimes. They say, niggas is tricking, So, it's like people think tricking is buying bottles or, uh, drinks at the bar, and I'm like, I've seen real tricking. I know what that really looks like. And I said it yesterday on the Edward Ensign panel. Like real tricking is guys who buy apartments, like nice apartments in nice neighborhoods for girls they smash on the weekend. That's real tricking. Yeah, that's another level of tricking. So the stuff that these guys are complaining about, buying a drink. I mean, you should have drinks when you go out normally for yourself. That should be built into your traveling budget, so to speak. And I mean, people that I hang with, the extracurricular activities it's all a part of the budget. It's not nothing it's no surprises, So, but that's an indicator of who of what level of finances people are on because of the things that they talk about. A lot of times they just don't even make sense to me. It's like, what are we talking about? Like, why are you getting upset because you bought a couple of drinks at the bar in a third world country where your dollar's worth 3 to 4 times as much? So a $10 drink is more like $2, and you complaining? I mean, these are actual conversations that I've literally witnessed. Um, so just getting back to the annuity, yeah, this is something that's going to bring continuous wealth, especially since we threw 500K, and I think it's at a rate of, correct me if I'm wrong, 10 to 12% return a year. And that's just one stream of
that's
income.
the withdrawal. The return
have multiple
is
streams.
4%.
Some are going to be bigger than others. But if you have multiple streams of income, that's and then you go to a third world country and you've got USD coming in, but you're spending pesos or Brazil, whatever the Brazilian currency, I think it's rand or something like that, whatever it is. If the dollar is strong and you're coming in the dollar and you're spending their currency, like you're in a great position. And I'm all about positioning, and yeah, traveling to these countries, as I said before, Um, if it's your first week or two there, I can understand um, being, nose wide open, meeting girls for the first time that you normally wouldn't have access to. I get that. However, after the initial, then the purpose should shift to wealth building, security, and in a perfect world, how can I stay here as opposed to going back and forth to the States? I mean, me, I'm going to have a home base in New York just because I still want to have, you know, uh, some type of property just to go back to when I want to do family functions and such and so on. But 9 months out of the year, I'm going to be out of the country soon. So this is all a build up to that, So
Let me
and then
cut in right
yeah,
quick.
my YouTube channel, I have it. I think I have like 700 followers, but I have been posting. But once I
I
get
was
in the
gonna say
country,
you should
we just
post
talked
that.
about this yesterday. When I'm actually in the country, I'm bringing all my equipment, bring my lights, camera, everything. And I'm gonna do like I'm gonna ramp up my YouTube channel. And just how I see these other guys like Dallas Austin, I forgot his name, Alice Holloman. I can't remember this guy's name, but he's a guy on TikTok that talks about Brazil all the time.
Mhm.
I'm really gonna step it up in terms of getting my own channel out there and producing. There's a lot of things that I'm planning. Um, but I'm right now
Notice how he keeps saying
doing
planning.
panels here and there, jumping in, giving my 2 cents. And I don't have a popular opinion at all. Just because I travel, most travel guys do not like me, and that's okay. Because I tell it like it is. Everybody with a
Have you
passport
s-
ain't really doing the right thing.
Yo, have you seen Jamaica
Um,
Traveler? How
and
he went off?
there's a lot of fronting going on, and I always call it out. And a lot of people don't like that, but that's okay. I'm not here to be friends. I'm here to take over. No, I'm just joking.
Uh,
Yeah, back to the business. Like that's the most important thing. Like when I travel to countries and I see other people how they move, like the women are just like they're just there. It's really not important, and they're going to be there. More importantly, you don't have to um search and find it. They readily make themselves available, and you just pick and choose at that point. And that's the point where I want to be at for the rest of my life. I just want to be able to have the choice. I think back in the States, um, one of the main problems is there's no choice. There's a lack of choice. And I think that's where a lot of animosity for guys that are traveling comes into play. Because people are upset because the choices they made in their lives and then at their older age doesn't give them the flexibility of choice that some other people might have. And it's frustrating. Like they had a guy yesterday that hopped on. His name is I think his name was Dante. And he was a 50-year-old guy, and he was really upset that he was saying things like, black guys who travel talk about black women, which is not really the case. He couldn't really name any channels that specifically pointed out black women, and this is the reason why we travel. What I find that usually it's an overall assessment of the West. It's like the Western culture is not conducive to having long-term relationships. So this is why we do that. But people tend to these things. And I don't know if you guys hear that, but
Yeah, we hear it.
yeah. So I find that it's all about choices and trade-offs. A lot of people, they in their youth, they basically fuck off their money on Jordans and shiny belt buckles. On in life, they don't have the choice. And so when they see the younger guys or guys like me, having the choice to travel and meet different women, that hurts. I'm sure as an older man or whatever station in life you might be in, it hurts to see other guys living the dream that you thought you would have want to live for yourself. I'm only assuming like if you have kids with the wrong type of woman, you're on child support, so therefore you can't save the money to make these type of investments. That was also a choice. It's a bad choice, but these are choices that we all make in life, and
That's very
sometimes it's square to do square things, but in my opinion, everybody who is really doing big things overseas and just out and about, these are all square guys. I don't really see any gangsters on yachts. It's not like the movies. I see business owners, property, real estate owners, agricultural leaders. I see tech guys. These all guys would be technically considered lame, right? But they all have the baddest bitches, and that's the trick. That's the Showtime trick. Like voila, abracadabra. Yeah, and dudes don't realize this until they're past 50 in most cases, and sometimes dudes don't realize this at all, and they're just stuck. I mean that's just my 2 cents, Alonzo.
nah, bro. You're on point. Go ahead, Deez.
Anybody can
Oh,
chime in.
okay. I was trying to say it was damn, I ain't know about the Ramil. Man, I don't want to talk about people like that, bro. Like, he couldn't even fork over. Oh yeah, my whole thing about Ramil hit me up. It's always
You still there, Alonzo?
these niggas. You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh yeah, my thing about
Yeah,
dude is he always saying these niggas are like losing. I'm like, God damn, you can't talk about if a nigga's winning or something. No, I'm not saying some fake positive, type of deal, but I'm just saying like, this something a nigga can do something, to like build or whatever. Oh yeah, okay, like a content creator, sheep stay sleep. Shout out to dude. I mean, some people don't like him. Some people like him. I can see why people don't like him. Like he said though, before we build, you need to heal. You need to heal before we build. How you gonna
Nah, I
build?
got
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you guys now. I had the mute on.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. So
What I was saying.
that whole time you can hear me talking, right?
Yeah, we heard you.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. No, I was just saying you need to heal before what. Yeah, like I stated before. Wait, what's that noise coming from? It's coming from me.
That might be people in my complex making.
You got people working in them.
Yeah, I'll mute just so you won't hear the extra noise.
Let me mute up too, cause I'm cooking.
All right.
Okay. What I was, I mean, could talk. Shoot, man, I lost the train. Okay, I know what I was gonna talk about. I was gonna talk about.
Well, you was talking about Ramil, and you were saying you would rather hear about winning than losing, cause we gotta heal before we build.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying be on some fake positive shit. I'm not addressing some issues us black man have. But I can't be on this thing of these hoes are this, these hoes. I'm like, so the whole time saying these hoes are this, these hoes are that, you have a whole problem forking over some money for life insurance. I'm like, wow. But I'm like thinking, that makes sense. I don't know niggas money situation. I don't like judging if they have money and what they're doing. I don't like doing that. I like looking at niggas. Oh yeah, I forgot another thing about this. They like to pocket watch your buffalo. Or when they find out you have you make decent amount of money. Oh, you all of a sudden you're supposed to put this money to that. You're supposed to do that with the money. You're supposed to do this with the money. I'm like, what the? But you out here like to call. All right, with O'Shea, right? Before he low key blew up on YouTube, he used to call the you niggas are broke, this or that. Then when he started blowing up here and there, brothers need to do better with the money. Brothers need to start tricking with them. I'm like, but you the same motherfucker who called niggas broke, dusty, or brothers. I'm like, I don't know, man. But that besides the point. But
Nah, I got you.
I mean, well, ultimately the point is, all right, what can we do to like not only sustain. Yeah, to not only sustain, so some goes good, the family's taken care of. How we gonna show people younger than me, you know what I'm saying? Okay, this is what you should look at to do. Okay, create a trust, SDK trust, create a policy. I didn't even know about insurance policy, but I do know in creating a trust, you could protect your money from taxes and shit, tax liens and all that.
Yeah, you can protect it from probate.
Yeah, and then putting it under LLC.
That may not always be necessary. See, an LLC is something they call a corporate veil. technically, but an LLC is just a Schedule C. So if you're self-employed and get a 1099, you are an LLC. The purpose of an LLC is when you have assets. So let's say you own a home and then you start a business. Well, now because what you're doing in your business, they can actually sue you for assets. That's why you want an LLC. But if you're at home if you're at home struggle streaming like me, I don't need to have Alonzo Hall All-Star Advisor LLC to start my YouTube channel. I ain't got shit. So what am I starting an LLC to protect? But a lot of people got told by their accountant to start an LLC because the accountant gets paid for that shit.
The hustler. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
You feel me?
Shit. Oh yeah, in fact, I know when I was in one of the trading groups, like on how to trade trade the market. Oh yeah, he was talking about how I don't know, someone went wrong with the house. Oh yeah, we was talking about taxes and how could we do to cut taxes. I know traders, right? If you make a decent amount of money trading, you get taxed the most, especially if you're a forex trader. I'm not forex trader, just any traders. Like you get taxed the most with capital gains taxes and whatnot.
Capital gains tax. Well, no, capital gains is less than income tax, so you don't get taxed the most. Capital gains tax is less than income tax.
No, my bad. No stuff. This is people who trade forex that get taxed the most.
Well, you're paying international tax as well. Yeah. You have to pay that tax, and there's a couple other taxes you got to pay. Yeah. But I understand what you're saying. Go ahead.
I was gonna say he was talking about how I don't know, it was one of the houses he was trying to sue the people on one of his properties, but there was so many names attached to it that he had no choice. He was running out of money trying to sue the person directly. So he said, I might as well just sue the LLC. I don't know if it was an LLC or it's a company. He said you might as well just try to sue them and call it get settled. Basically, make a settlement and then try to sue them because it's gonna take a lot of resources out of them that you don't have to try to sue. Oh yeah, that's another thing. When you're trying to sue, it will not only will cost money, it'll cost your time. Like, instead of trying to sue, you're gonna put that time to continue on whatever you was doing.
No, definitely, I understand. And these are things and lessons that can be taught to you, right? Instead of coming up here talking about these holes, what we can do is come up here and talk about these loopholes in real estate, right? Now, he brought to y'all, hey, listen, you can, he said ordinary income tax hurts the most. Yeah, capital gains does not hurt as much as ordinary income tax.
Oh, and if you're 1099 it, right? And you only do Uber Eats, DoorDash, any of these gig apps, or
they tell you they tax you at 50%. They hit you at 50%. So if you made 100,000 off Uber, you only made 50,000, but you still get taxed on 100,000.
No, but you can use
Uber.
Oh yeah, but you could deduct.
I have my visa and my taxpayer's identification number. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like I said, you could use them. You could deduct the miles. Like, okay, I went, I don't know, like 30,000 miles, and you don't have to pay all that taxes.
Yeah, you can deduct the mileage anywhere outside of your home.
Yeah. And
what's
you
going
use
on,
phone bills. You use your phone bill, internet bill, like stuff like to help you to pay your oil changes and stuff.
50%. If it's in the house, only 50%. Up to 50%.
Yeah, that's a lot. Bro? Damn. That's a lot of taxes.
Young investor in the building. What's going on, young brother?
Man, I'm chilling, man. I'm over here in London, so I just want to kind of stop by real fast and just to say a couple of things. Like Laser Panda, he's spitting truth. When I was out here in London today, I had the opportunity to go to Central London, which is very upscale.
Just don't go to Blackpool.
I'll make sure I don't go over there. I was over there in Central London and had the opportunity to kind of see like all these different people, and they got the nice cars and the nice homes and all that stuff, and it kind of puts things in perspective of what's possible. And then we got
somebody got some noise in the back. Everybody mute up, please.
I'll mute.
So
go ahead, young investor.
So yeah, I was just as I was walking around central London, it kind of just put things in perspective. And these guys, these guys are what you consider squares, right? They were considered squares based on their appearance, but those are the guys that are winning. And like even and when it comes to planning, like that's something that's definitely not talked about that much in the community because like even in corporate when we're looking at like the different account balances like with retirement. When we got people like TPAs, you know about this stuff though. The TPAs, you got people over at PIMCO and all this stuff. They sending over stuff to CS, and then you're looking at like these participants' account balance. You're like, wait a minute, for retirement, like this is wild. It's like how did this end up happening? To have a huge shortfall in retirement. So you definitely see that the planning is not there. Um, and then even once you start to level up and you start to try to break some of those generational curses, it seems that people have disdain for you or they start trying to attack you because they don't want you to become the best version of yourself.
That's sad. Why is that always
Yeah,
the
you're
case?
gonna
Or
face
even
that.
if you no, I'm gonna say I'm sorry. What I gonna say was it's sad because like when you try to even if you try to take the first step, you just taking that first step, like it's a problem right there. Or you don't have an understanding of what to do. I'm like to getting that understanding of wanting on how to do it, you gotta first take that first step. If you don't take that first step, you're not gonna know what to do afterwards. It's better to do that than to sit back and do nothing. But I'm sorry, I should have just let you talk.
Nah, you definitely have a point there. And to your point, Trey, you know, you're definitely going to be dealing with the ostracization, being from our community, right? Because you're going to move to another level, right? With who you're with, you already have a label on you. Because now people are, for lack of a better term, pocket watching, right? They don't know what you do, but they know the name where you work. So automatically, remember we talked about the salaries? They think you
Mhm.
make that now.
Right.
And they
Right.
and they don't understand like AUM, et cetera, is what goes into you making that. So they're just like, well, you go to work every day. Now you make this. Let me hold something, right?
Right. And yeah, like yeah, you're right about that too, Zoe. And they'll think that, but what they don't understand is being in the financial services industry, like specifically financial advising. When I was had the opportunity to speak to some guys in corporate, they call it like the level fours, level four FC. That's like the top of the top. Those guys, some of them make clear over 500,000 or more. But like the guy told me, say it ain't easy. Like it took him 10 years just to get to that level. And it's all about the book of business because you do have the book. And then as you move up, you get a higher base, but it's mostly based on your book. Like you got to be bringing in new clients and keeping the money that's already there at the firm. You need to grow it. Like that's how you're going to get paid. But a lot of people don't realize that. They just think you can just step into the position on day one and just make over $300,000 a year. That's not how that works. I mean, most advisors don't even last that long. Right?
92% of the industry is out in the first 2 years.
Wow, I didn't learn that. I thought it was something you could survive on. You can't even survive. Wow, that is tough. Oh
Nah,
yeah,
it's
you gotta.
hard, bro.
Dang, is it because of I got a question? Is it because of not enough people could afford to having a financial advisor, or it's just
Well, it's even when people can afford to have a financial advisor. Now you got to jump through different hoops, right? But here's what happens at our level, being black advisors and young, we don't know anybody with money, right?
oh, and
So
they
what
take
happens?
advantage of that.
No, they don't. We don't know
Um,
anybody with money. So when we come to the hood and try to bring people money, people think we're talking down, and we're just like, yo, listen, you could buy Jordans for the rest of your life, but you got to mess with me right quick first and do this. Nah, son, I'd rather get this Bitcoin because I could get $58 in 2 days. Well, Yeah, but you ain't gonna have that when you're 60, right? And then when there are people who have money, well, they're, especially from our community, they're very cautious because a lot of the times they get taken advantage of, right? So now they're like, well, I don't know who to trust. And here's the problem. There's more people who don't look like us in these positions than do. So you're more apt to trust the guy who don't look like us because you see more of us playing basketball than you do them. But you see more of them being financial advisors than you do us.
Oh yeah. So okay. So pretty much, if you look a certain way, then yeah, people will trust your business. But since you don't look that certain, yeah, I see.
Even with yeah, but then even people who have money, they have money, so they get to act and feel a certain type of way because they have the money to do so, right? When you get like Kevin Samuels, when you get on a level like Kevin Samuels, you can demand certain things. You know why? Because your dollar says so. So you act accordingly, right? You kind of
Um.
get to. I'll give you an example. Laser Panda is my client. Laser Panda put $500,000 away with me. When Laser Panda calls, I answer my phone. When everybody calls, I don't always answer my phone. But this man put $500,000 away with me. Do you think I'm not going to answer the phone?
Yeah, you're gonna answer
So,
the phone because there's that demand there.
And then on top of that, I'm putting you recently into friends of mine that I consider to be high earners.
exactly. Yeah, and that's blackmail agency, right? He actually came and was like, hey, I have a friend. I'd like you to help him out in a similar way. Now, our strategy isn't exactly the same because we're looking at tax strategies, right? Um, but I'll put it to you like this. Remember, I told you you can put more than your 401k in life insurance. So we're starting it at a minimum of $25,000 to start a life insurance, right? We might do more. It really depends on how much we want to save in taxes, right? But again, when you're at that level, you have a lot more liberty to, hey, I'm calling you, I'm going to answer. Now, I'm a small guy, right? So for me, $500,000 is a big client. But where you're at, Trey, you could walk in with a $500,000 client and be happy, but you got to have, a $3 million client too, because of the name of your company, right? But I stand to make more because I'm probably going to get a higher percentage off of my $500,000 client than you will your $3 million. Make sense?
Yep. Yep. That's an accurate statement.
So, this is again part of the love-hate relationship. Because all these men up here, outside of Laser Panda, are under 40, right? And now Laser Panda is living proof that you gentlemen should start a plan younger than older. Because let me ask you something, Laser Panda. If you would have learned about this plan when you first started your career 20 years ago, would you have not jumped on it and been happy with what results we've come up with?
I'd be rich. So, like if I known about moving money like this, I would have been doing this a long time ago. Long time ago.
Walker Flocka said this. I know I said it yesterday. Walker Flocka said this in one of his interviews. Like, instead of just keeping your money at a bank or spending or just having pure cash, no, liquidate it. Or liquidate it through an insurance policy. And not only through the insurance policy, but through an LLC.
Oh yeah,
I had
this
different names and whatnot. Yeah.
this what we're doing, what me and Laser Panda is doing. Actually, I think exactly what you said is what we're doing. It's 100% liquidatable, right? He can go touch it anytime. If he wants to go buy another house right now, he can do it. He can. Hey, here's $500,000. I want to buy this house cash.
Yeah, you won't get taxed for it, or should I say, what's the saying? Like if you,
So there's capital gains tax, which is what. So when he sold the house, he sold it for over $1 million, but profit was a little over 500 grand. He didn't want to pay taxes on that, so he didn't. But he didn't want to purchase more real estate. What happens when you
that's
sell
it.
real estate? Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, I should have let you speak. But like I said, that's what's not talked about. What people tell you, you can make a lot of money with real estate. But the thing is the taxes issue. Not only the taxes, the percentages you have to split.
There's tax liens. There's all kinds of stuff. I'll see if I could get my man, and everybody should Google this guy, Lawan Abrams. I have his phone number. He started a company called, I think it's AVF now, where they do business funding. These are people, listen, man, I got heavy hitters in the back too. But, he, ironically enough, he managed Brother Polite's money. Brother Polite on live showed us his Wells Fargo account with $12 million in it. So, we actually saw it, and that was one account. I was like, bro, you only need to keep $250,000 in one account, because that's all FDIC is.
Oh yeah, but here's the thing, but multimillionaires. I mean, when I was youngin, when I was like 17, 18, I was told they don't like putting money in the bank because that type of money. The reason why, because let's say you want to take it all out one day, you got to sign these papers. You got to do all this goofy, stupid stuff to take out your own money. But if you obviously have less than the FDIC insured money, they don't mind you taking that out. But if you have anything over that, you got to do all this goofy stuff just to even take that kind of money out.
Yeah, that's why I said, I was like, why would you have all that money in the bank account? But some people floss to floss. But these are situations. What's up, Big D Rants? My man, perfect timing in the building, right? But actually, that's what me and Laser Panda did, right? So we did a full tax shelter, because instead of doing a 1031 exchange, which is when you sell real estate, you have to either buy real estate of equal or greater value, or you got to pay taxes on capital gains. Well, he didn't want to get back into real estate and own another property, especially because that 500,000 he wouldn't have been able to buy a house cash now, because everything has gone up. So he'd have had to put X amount of dollars down and get a mortgage at a higher interest rate, which he's not interested in paying more interest. So how do I keep my money and not pay taxes? So we put him in the annuity. So the annuity, he pays $0 in taxes.
And I'm thinking again in the real estate. Oh my, this is discouraging.
No, real estate is good. I'll make you a rock star. Partner with me and I'll get you a bunch of listings. We'll save your clients bunches of money by not having to do a 1031 exchange, by doing a 1035 exchange. The Internal Revenue Code is 101E, which is the tax-free transfer of money.
What's the take on wholesale real estate? I mean, I know a lot of people don't like it.
If you want to get into real estate, get your license to stop jerking off. That's my...
that's all I need to know.
Level 4. Yeah, man. Get the actual license. Because here's the deal, right? For example, here's another thing. You have to have a financial team, right? So I'm not the only person on Laser Panda's financial team, right? Here's what he does. He has checks and balances, because he understands that we're all in business. And at the same time, yes, we're looking out for his interests. But at the end of the day, he has to make sure to look out for his best interests ultimately. We may have recommendations, but everybody is good at a certain thing, right?
That's the problem with, I mean, I was just learning wholesale real estate like 2 months ago, and I was like, oh, that's the problem on real estate. It's like people don't have those shared responsibility, because everybody's a 1099er. Since you don't have somebody obligated to do something, you're always gonna have a problem. At some point, you're gonna have somebody. You have to have that somebody obligated doing that work.
Real estate is 1099.
I'm no, I got to twist it. No, no, no. I'm twisting words. No, I'm not saying.
Here's
No,
what
I'm saying about
happens
wholesale. Yeah.
with wholesalers. Because you don't have your real estate license, the most they'll generally
Yeah,
give you
there's
is a
no
thousand
obligation.
dollars a deal.
Yeah, there's no obligation to it behind it. On top of that.
Yeah, they don't have to give you any money. They might give you $10,000, $20,000, but I doubt it.
Reminds me of the what's that show for Boondocks where the where the chocolate thing got so popular. But these two met the boss. He's saying, "Oh, no, I'll give you an allowance. Like I'm allowing you." That's what it is when you're a wholesaler.
Yeah, what they do with wholesaling is they actually muddy up the game, right? What happens is they add an assignment fee. We call them bird dogs, right? And so what you do is you find somebody who's in foreclosure and you be like, hey, I'll buy your house, right? And then, like Ramil is saying, put $500 up. But these are these rural areas. Again, I did real estate in New York City. Ain't nobody taking that bullshit in New York City where you buy real money real estate. He's telling you to do this shit in Tractorland, Ohio, and fucking Idaho, right?
Oh,
So
that's
yeah,
not a lot of money. You only get like what you lucky like a good maybe 500, 800 here and there. But that's barely any real money. If you want real money, you might as well do it real estate. No, I'm not lying. I'm not lying. Well, Absalom County, you when he said this, he said everybody do that shit. Everybody do real estate.
yeah. Oh nah, son, I ain't doubting trust, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like a lot of this stuff, I actually work in these fields, bro. I'm fully self-employed. I have my P10, which is my preparer's tax identification number. What does that mean? That means I have a tax preparer's license. So I'm licensed to do taxes, right? So I'm also a licensed real estate agent in the state of New York. I'm also a licensed insurance agent in 11 states, right? So all of these things are self-employment and they allow you to bring in money on your own, right? But these are skills that you can take everywhere with you, which is why you'll hear a lot of these guys promoting things like tech and getting into real estate, because technically, just like young investors in London, right? Now, here's the cool thing about travel. He's working for Charles Schwab, right? But when he decides to leave and go to Goldman Sachs is going to pay for him to live in Japan for 3 years. Because Goldman Sachs right now is looking heavy in the Japan market or China. They're trying to move actually a lot of representatives to Hong Kong. Hong Kong and India right now, actually the insurance industry itself is booming in India. Prudential and MetLife are going crazy in India right now with life insurance. It's crazy. Just go to YouTube and type in Indian life insurance commercials. These mofos are going crazy. So places in India, they got oil money, they got cell phone money, all this stuff. Trust me, us as black men, we're a little bit behind the eight ball. But like I said, panels like this are going to change that. Laser Panda right now is living evidence of what you guys need to be doing, right? You want to travel? He says, okay, cool. I want to travel too. Now, here's the thing. He shouldn't be dick policed for traveling. I don't care what he does with his dick. He's not traveling for his dick. He's traveling for himself.
Yeah, I gotta
Now,
say something to that. There's another aspect of dick pollution. I don't know why nobody talk about this. Where they talk about, where you should use your dick on. You should use your dick on these on my nigga. The fuck, I want to use. If I want to use my dick here, nigga, I want to use my dick here. Don't tell me where I should use my fucking dick. What the fuck?
yeah.
But I'm sorry. I'm gonna
So
let you talk, man. I'm gonna let you spit games. I'm sorry.
now go ahead. Listen, it's popcorn style, bro. Hop in when you feeling. But here's what the man is doing. He's showing you as younger men, look, come up with a 10-year. He set out his own mouth. If I would have known this 20 years ago, when I was 20 instead of 40, I'd be rich. Right? Now think about this in our community. He said, I'd be rich. Now, I just told you guys, he put away $500,000 with me. Everybody else is probably like, damn, $500,000? That's a lot of money. But again, young investor, you realize that if you go into your firm office with $500K, good job.
That's nothing.
You got our starting line. That's where we start, $500K. You got, you know, you get a participation trophy.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
That's what you get.
Yep. You see people come in and do $2 million rollover IRAs all day long.
Mm-hmm.
You see it all day. And I mean, and these people are they're much older. Some of them like even in their 70s and like multimillionaires. But you know, picking back off what you were saying about Laser Panda, my mentor in corporate, she actually told me on day one, the first thing that I want you to do is I want you to plan out your life from 5 years to 20 years, professionally, financially, and personally. And I've been following that plan. You know, I'm 22 now, but been maxing out my IRA since I was 19. Like it's because I understand what it's like. I understand what the consequences is in terms of not taking that stuff seriously. The days are long, but the decades are short. And you know, you see people that's working at Walmart, you always curious, like why?
I know. Now let me ask you something with that IRA. You understand what period certain is?
Can I say that again?
Do you understand what period certain is?
No, what's that?
Okay. So, not diminishing, but here's how you need to get life insurance. And here's why you should get it now. And here's why you need to get it from me, because Charles Schwab don't know how to do this and I ain't gonna teach them. And John Hancock don't know how to do it neither. Right? But your max you can put in your 401, your IRA is $6,500, but there's still a taxable event in the future when you're withdrawing. Your life insurance, it's called LIRP, LIRP, Life Insurance Retirement Plan. There's no limit to what you can put in your cash value life insurance. The problem is most agents set it up for what's called target premium, aka whatever it is to make sure that you got a death benefit. However, what you're supposed to do is set it up to be overfunded so that you're almost doing a MEC, modified endowment contract. You can write down all these terms. I bet you if you talk to any of your securities license people and ask them what a MEC is, humana. Go to your firm.
I'm gonna ask them when I get back.
What's a MEC? What do you mean a MEC? An MEC. Google it. Go to Investopedia and look up what is a MEC. Now, what I do is I set up your policy to be minimum non-MEC, meaning the minimum amount of life insurance or death benefit you can get for the maximum amount of dollars, so that you beat up the cash value. And in 10 years, when you're done paying for it at 33, it still builds cash value and is a policy for the rest of your life. But they tell you to buy term and invest the difference. How can you buy term and invest the difference when the minimum investment is $10,000 or $834 a month and you struggling paying $300 a month on a cash value life policy? Not you personally, but come on, son.
Right.
By the way, certain places right now, they're growing at Lincoln Financial Group. Their IUL is growing at 8%. I used to write for Lincoln Financial Group, but until they pulled out of New York. Lincoln Financial Group, you remember the same thing, how everybody was going crazy over at crypto.com, releasing the Staples Center? Man, that's 700, the crypto's big money. Oh, you mean like how American Family Insurance owns the Green Bay Packers Stadium? Or how MetLife owns the New York Giants Stadium, or how Lincoln Financial Group owns the Philadelphia Eagles Stadium. Did I just name three stadiums? One that was 1.9 billion, triple the cost of the Staples Center. But you know that crypto, fuck life insurance. Oops.
You know, crypto's mainly used for the dark web. Or people
Yeah,
trying to, I guess, escape taxes. I don't know how you're gonna escape taxes on that shit. Or you can put
you
it in
don't.
you can put cryptocurrencies in a stable coin, but I wouldn't trust that in the stable coin. Man, I'm out just burst the bubble. The whole crypto, all the cryptocurrencies under a bank. It's all under a bank. It's all controlled by
Yeah.
a bank. In fact, if you look at the price action of Ethereum in the Nasdaq and the SPX 500, it like if you just you can look at the charts. If anyone knows trading or not, I don't know, wake up every 8 o'clock in the morning, 9:30 in the morning, whatever, and you'll see the exact price action that's being made. That's being made on Ethereum. Now, on whatever that's happening on Nasdaq, Ethereum follows. But yeah,
Oh my God. Whoa. I know somebody just freaked out, but that you bro, dude. I don't know nothing about crypto, but you just dropped some science.
no, literally, just follow the price action. It's all. It's all. The think about it. When everybody was getting all this money from crypto, people was thinking, oh, it's gonna be on ever growing thing. And guess what? Everybody got liquidated out of crypto, and everybody they had to go back to working jobs and shit.
Damn. That's wild, bro. I didn't know. I didn't know that crypto was centralized like that.
I know
But
they sell
everybody,
you on the look. The idea, the selling point of crypto is to sell you on the idea of it being decentralized. When in reality, it's not being centralized. The transaction. Look, the minute you put your money into stuff like crypto.com or Coinbase.com. And I don't know if anybody knows what Coinbase is. If Coinbase goes bankrupt, they could take off with your money, and it's in the contracts, in the fine print. They could take off and run with your money, unless you transfer it to U.S. dollar. If you kept that as a U.S. dollar and then keep it into the cryptocurrency, you're good to go. But if you didn't, you still have the FDIC insurance. Okay, let's say you have like what $10 million on the account, and you only left $500 in USD in Coinbase.com. If that shit goes, your whole $10 million that you have stored up is gone, never to be returned.
damn.
In fact, that happened to what's the platform? Called? It's called the platform. I think.
I think it's G or something, right?
Wait, it?
It was like a Chinese platform.
Yeah, it was a platform though where that happened. At I don't know if it was the other was coming to my head. It has this purple look. It has this purple look to it.
Okay.
It
Yeah, I'm
was
not
called.
sure.
I know it happened 2 months ago. It's that platform. I know the platform. You know what? Tell me the platform. No, but it happened at that platform. Like many people who stored their money in there. Oh yeah, we could stake your cryptocurrencies or whatnot.
Mm-hmm. See, yeah,
Mhm.
that's you know what it is to me. That stuff is too volatile, and what I
Yeah, you
mean
could.
is,
Next thing you can put
I
money in
can't.
a stable coin. You can put money in a stable coin, but you won't deal with the volatility. But they could show. But here's the thing. Here's the catch about that. If the main central cryptocurrency, like okay, Bitcoin drops to like I don't know $8,000 to $7,000, that stable coin could be out of commission. And not only that, with the stable coin, you have to pay a commission to put the money in the stable coin, however whatever the amount of transfer rate, or if
Well,
you're
you got
doing
to pay a commission
NFTs.
to transfer.
Hmm?
You got to pay a commission to transfer. So it's just like trading with TD Ameritrade.
Yeah, no, I won't say commission. Yeah, but like, okay, yeah, you have to pay like commission. Or if you're doing NFTs, you have to pay like a gas fee
That's
just to
fucked up.
take your money. Yep, that's how it is in this crypto. It's like the digital. It's basically a digitized gold rush.
Yeah, that's fucked up, son. I mean, I got like a couple $100 in crypto because I was like, well, if it does something, it does something. But I'm not trying to fly it to the moon or nothing, you know?
Yeah, man. The people who saw the prophecy 2020 to 2021 should have taken profit.
So it's dead now, basically. There's no more crypto.
The way things are, yeah, sort of. I'll say sort of. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't even shit.
If you ain't moving and shaking already, then don't get into crypto today because it ain't no. If you already moving and shaking in crypto, you could keep doing it. It's basically.
It's so true, yeah.
All right, so like, I ain't got no chance to hop in and be like, I done made $1 million off crypto, because I'm not in it like that, right? But
Let
if
me research what was shut down. Cause I can go. What cryptocurrency say that shut down?
I gotta catch this train, but I just wanted to kind of tune in and say appreciate what you're doing over here, though, and to all of the young folks that's on the laser painting, but um I just wanted to tune in and say, man, keep up the good work, bro. I love the fact that you're trying to put us young brothers on game.
Oh yeah, Kraken was the one that shut down. Yeah, that was the one that shut down. Like Kraken.com.
that's it, cracking. But no doubt. 1 second, D's. Hold up. All right, young investor. Listen, thank you for coming on. Enjoy your trip. Don't go to Blackpool. That's the bad part of town. And
Central
you
London
know,
only, my friend.
yeah.
But I know, man, I'm not going over there, man. Some of these guys already look a little rough out here.
Yeah, and they don't shoot, they stab over there.
Yep. So
Yeah.
right. Somebody told me that yesterday. Yep. So
Yeah, you know, it's stabbing. But yeah, man, enjoy yourself, brother. I'm glad you're able to travel. That's what it's about, man. Definitely being able to travel, and do some types of things. You know what I'm saying? But now think about it. Like you said, your higher up, your upline told you to plan for the next 20 years, right? You're 22, so now you plan on seeing what life is like when your laser panda's age, right, in his 40s.
Right.
So imagine if we put a plan together for you at 22, like we do for Laser Panda, where again, like I said, here's the problem with things like life insurance. The reason they present term, because you shouldn't be paying for life insurance for your whole life. Laser Panda is only paying this whole life policy for 10 years. At 22, I would tell you to pay a policy for 20 years because it's like a retirement. So again, instead of putting $6,500 into your IRA, get a IUL, overfund it, death benefit option B, so it's increasing. So the company is always at risk for whatever the death benefit is. And voila, you've beaten your IRA and you have no taxes when it's retirement time. When it is time to retire, right, you cash out the life policy, tax free, and then you roll it over into a SPIA, single premium immediate annuity. And that's where we go that period certain, because the IRA is set up period certain. So let's say you save up $120,000 into that IRA. At the end, when you're 65, that IRA, 120K, equals out to what? $10,000 a year for 12 years, right? So at the end of that 12 years, now you're 77. Now you got to go back to work at Walmart because that $120,000 is gone. On the flip side, if you put it in an annuity is a pension payment till death. So same scenario, the $10,000 a year for 12 years. And now you ran out of money, but the insurance company still has to pay you $10,000 a year until the day you die. So you don't have to go back to working at Walmart because it's an insurance contract. They won't teach you that at Schwab because they want you to charge money management fees.
I'm gonna have
This is
to,
a cold game.
I'm gonna have to keep that in mind.
It's a
Do some
cold.
research when I get back. But I'm gonna keep ready to catch this train. But
It's a
I'll holler at you
cold
later,
game.
Zoe, and I'll keep up the good work. Man. Love to see you in the Black Community.
No doubt. Peace, brother. Salute.
Peace. Salute.
Yeah, Lonzo, I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna listen from the back.
No doubt, brother.
You know,
I'm not gonna be on too much longer.
Okay. Yeah, keep doing your thing. You know, always support.
I appreciate it, brother. Thank you for the Blackmail Agency for bringing me other people like you, and because y'all don't realize how much help that is, right? He's putting money in my pocket, which means he's feeding my family by sending me people, right? And so that's Blackmail Agency, right? Now, yes, there's a benefit of he's also helping the people that he's sending my way because I'm not going to do them any old kind of way. Firstly, because he's a client of a certain level, so I'm going to take a certain level of care with the people he sends me, right? So just realize that, y'all. Thank you again, Mo.
All right, all good, man.
All right, so Laser Panda's out of here. Dees, what's good, bro? You got to drop some more crypto knowledge on us.
Oh no, I mean, there's. I don't want to tell. I don't want to tell people the wrong thing. You could leverage trade crypto, but you gotta really. I mean, you gotta really know how to trade your support and resistance and all that.
I feel you. So yeah, well, listen, man, I'm actually probably about to hop off in like the next minute or two. Anyway, I've been up here 4 whole hours,
Um,
unexpectedly. This is my 4 hour money circle jerk, I guess. But thank you for coming up, brother. Any parting words?
shoot, yeah. Just gotta keep running. Chop it up. I'll share each other's platform. Good to go. Anyways, I gotta let you go. So.
No doubt. All right, so listen, ladies and gentlemen, you know my motto: wipe ass, work in progress every day, and see success. And remember, when people challenge you, they don't challenge you to challenge you, but they challenge you to challenge you. Accept the challenge. I see people catching on to it. I love it. All
I
right,
see. I like that.
you like that,
They don't
right? They
challenge
got
you
to
to
accept
challenge
that
you.
challenge.
I'm gonna say this again. They don't challenge you to challenge you. They challenge you to challenge you.
Exactly. Accept the challenge. Right. So look, y'all, I'm gonna make sure to do more of these. And if I got some shit to get off my chest, I'm definitely gonna get it off my chest online up here with y'all. But I want to be able to give you younger brothers, because I see some brothers in here who I know behind the scenes who have gotten into certain fields. And if I can help another black man, we can have, an equal society. So with that, y'all, one love. I'm out.
Out.